Hello and good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Dark Souls 2. We had an interesting stream yesterday, to be sure, and I managed to, I guess, come quite far in terms of, well, at least the killed bosses counter, if you will. We managed to do quite a lot in the Lost Bastille yesterday, and the two neighboring areas that for some reason don't count towards the Lost Bastille but are separate areas, whatever. Managed to defeat the Lost Sinner, which apparently is one of the primordial souls or something like that we are looking for. So now we're onwards to look for the other ones. I have absolutely no idea how many there are. I suspect it's probably something like 4, considering that it was 4 I think it was 4, right? In Dark Souls 1. At least after you rang the 2 bells, they ask you to, I think, grab 4 souls. Lord souls, right? Dark Souls 2 is, well, I wouldn't say more cryptic about that. It just straight up doesn't tell you anything. It just tells you, oh yeah, there are big souls, go collect them. So we're gonna do just that. I actually ran around a lot in the Lost Bastille yesterday as well, trying to figure out how to get to the couple of items that I was seeing, but had no idea how to get to them. And I actually didn't figure it out. So let's just let them be for now. I can always continue, or rather come back later on. I did the same thing with, the other areas, basically, because there's still, in the areas before that, in Heights Tower, there's still a lot that we can do, or rather, maybe not a lot, but there's certainly a dragon that at some point we might want to kill. Although behind him is a bridge that we wouldn't be able to cross anyway, but maybe if we kill the dragon, the bridge will lower. I don't know. And then there are still items as well in the Forest of the Fallen Giant that I have absolutely no idea how to get to. And yeah, that's sort of the state of things. But as long as we still have other areas to explore, I thought that it was probably more beneficial to just continue towards those. And well, maybe we'll find out something different, or maybe, I don't know, something in the world will change. I don't know if that's actually going to happen, but again, we'll see. Maybe it's actually the other way around with Dark Souls 2. So in the first game, you go and ring the 2 bells and then get 4 Lord Souls, and then the game's practically over. Maybe they did it the other way around in Dark Souls 2, where you get sort of the big souls first, and then afterwards there's something else going on. I have absolutely no idea. So we'll see how this goes. And to be completely honest, and I touched on that yesterday, I think, I'm 35 hours in, which isn't all that much, all things considered. I think it took me, DLC included, about 130 hours to almost get through Dark Souls 1. So I didn't do everything, and it still took me 130 hours. And then, or maybe it was 120, something like that. And then, it also took me, well, that's the thing, where I don't really remember what I did. So the thing is, I think, I just explored a lot, right, before actually fighting. What's her name? Queen Quaylak or something? Like the fire spider thing? Because you need to defeat her in order to ring the second bell, right? And I think, well, technically you can explore a lot in Dark Souls 1 before that, right? So I pretty much did almost everything that's available to you before I then finish off Quaylog. So I think it actually took me more than 40 hours. I don't know if it was 50, but definitely more than 40 hours to then actually ring the second bell, right? And if I will translate that over, or try to translate that over to Dark Souls 2, well, we're sort of on track, right, in terms of playtime, I guess, which is sort of the only indicator that I have in terms of what we might be able to get, right? But let's start off slowly and actually go to things betwixt first, to the bird's nest. I started calling it a bird's nest. Still have absolutely no idea if there's like a bigger thing or an actual name for these. Well, for the nest where you can exchange and trade in items, right? I know that it exists in Dark Souls 1. I want to say that it existed there quite at the beginning of the game too, in the Undead Asylum, right? I think that's where it was. Although it takes a lot longer to get back to it, I think, to actually be able to trade in items, whereas here it just literally exists from the very start of the game. That's a poison stone. Okay. Poison stone, so let's drop this one then. So maybe that's why I was slightly confused why they wouldn't exchange multiple items at once, but I think it's actually because you can, like, it's sort of random what you actually get, right? An altered state of Titanite, used to imbue weapons with poison or to provide poison reduction to shields. Sorcerers at the Melfian Magic Academy once attempted to imbue Titanite with various elements, but is said to have failed. Someone must have succeeded, though. What else would explain this stone? Makes equipment poisonous. That's, by the way, something that... Well, honestly, I never really tried in FromSoft games. I think I tried it once in, like, it must have been Bloodborne, probably. I think, doesn't Bloodborne have poisonous throwing knives or something like that? Or maybe it was something else entirely. Was it Bloodborne? Must have been Bloodborne. Where I think I tried to actually poison one of the hunters. I absolutely don't remember which one, but I tried that and, well, it worked. I poisoned them, but it didn't actually do any meaningful damage over the course of the poison. So, with things like this, it's always a bit problematic, right? Because on the one hand, I would like poison to be like really potent and a really good viable option, but I don't know if, like, to make it feel great, it would probably have to be slightly OP, right? If you consider how poison usually interacts with your character, then I would say, since most enemies don't heal themselves, like that would be kind of OP to be able to inflict that to an enemy. On the other hand, it does exist within the game, right? So shouldn't it also have like a meaningful effect? I don't know. Well, that's sort of the thing, right? Do we have any stats that actually... I mean, obviously we have poison resistance, but then we also have this one, right? Boosts the power of poison attacks. So maybe if you actually go for this stat, it, you know, if you invest enough into it, then I guess it should be a viable option to play like that. I don't know, it would be really interesting to have something like that be viable, right? And I don't know. That's sometimes what I'm missing in Dark Souls as well. Is I know a lot of builds exist, right? And especially I think for PvP, people go pretty nuts in terms of the different builds that you can actually achieve. I'm talking mainly about PvE here, right? And I sometimes feel like it's a bit restrictive in terms of what you're actually able to pull off in PvE. Now, I'm sort of saying this from a position of ignorance because I haven't really tried that much, right? Most FromSoft games I've only really played once. I have played Bloodborne multiple times, but Bloodborne is even more restrictive in terms of builds, and like Bloodborne focuses more on different weapons, right? Rather than, oh, I guess an enemy fell down somewhere. Bloodborne focuses more on different weapons and these very special hunter's tools, essentially, rather than different stats, right? You can certainly do different builds there, but you know there's a lot less going on compared to Dark Souls when we're purely talking about these RPG stats, I guess. But I kind of wish that, for example, it would be viable to actually do a poison build in PvE as well, where I guess your strategy would be to, as quickly as possible, like you would be pretty nimble, right? Almost like these ninjas that are stuck to the ceiling in some areas. You would be pretty nimble. Basically, try to inflict poison as quickly as possible and then just run away and hide. Something like that, right? Or hide behind a shield or whatever, right? In a way, I would actually like to try something like that. The problem is, in order to try it, you have to invest a lot of stats, and you have to invest in the respective weapons and armor and all that kind of stuff. So that's a bit iffy, right? I mean, without actually knowing if it works. I mean, I guess I could, in order to test that, I would probably have to just infuse any kind of weapon with poison, and then just try it out on sort of a level appropriate enemy. I guess that would be the way to go. But that's the thing, right? That's sort of the problem with Dark Souls. I feel like that you'd probably then you try it on like some kind of low level enemy and it works, and you think to yourself, oh yeah, this might actually be viable. You level up a weapon, invest a lot of stats, go to the next boss, and then he's suddenly resistant to poison for no reason whatsoever, right? Yeah, that would be pretty awful in terms of experience or build quality, whatever. I don't know. I'm always kind of torn. And I'm thinking about, well, other games. Certainly, for example, The Witcher 3 definitely draws a lot of inspiration from Dark Souls combat. Now, unfortunately, they weren't really able to translate it all that well into their game. The DLC does a couple of things a lot better, especially Hearts of Stone, I think. Did have some cool boss designs where it did sort of feel like they were really trying to go for sort of the Dark Souls boss design and gameplay. Sadly, sort of the combination of animations and just the overall responsiveness of your character in The Witcher 3 prevents the game from truly feeling good in those kinds of gameplay situations, right? But one thing that The Witcher 3 actually has going for it is it does provide a lot of different opportunities for a lot of different builds. I think, well, not all of them, but certainly some of the stats or perks that you can get, and also the way the perk system is built up in The Witcher 3 is actually pretty cool. And for example, I really, really liked having a like the concoction build. I think you can do these concoctions that last for like half an hour, but increase your poison level or something, right? So you have like a limit on how many you can take. But then there are perks who basically turn a high poison level into something good, right? They like, I don't know what it was. They increase your attack or something, or you regenerate life, something like that, right? And it was actually a really, really good build. It was really fun to use because it had like these special effects and special ways, because you had all these different concoctions, right? And you could choose which one was the best one, and they actually have really good effects for a change, right? So it's just really fun using that and having the flexibility and being able to adapt to the different enemies. Now, again, I wish that the enemy design and, well, not the enemy design in terms of gameplay, right? Not their looks, but the way they move, animations, whatever. And then also just in general, the responsiveness of the controls. I wish that those were better in The Witcher 3, because then it would have made a lot more, it would have been a lot more fun, right? But I also wish that, I don't know. So I definitely want the FromSoft games to be challenging, right? So far, Dark Souls 2 has actually been quite the disappointment in that area. But I feel like, even though people call the FromSoft games challenging, and they can be if you want them to be, but if you're playing through them, quote-unquote, normally, right, and especially if you're already somewhat familiar with them, and if you're also investing mainly into the stats that you really need, which is HP, and stamina, and obviously your weapon stats, right? So strength or dexterity usually. Or maybe if you're going for a really, really powerful mage build as well. Usually what ends up happening is that the game is not really challenging at all, right? There can, depending on how you play, there can still be really challenging boss encounters. But overall, the game itself, usually the FromSoft games aren't actually challenging at all, right? Because you can, if you invest your stats, like, logically, I guess, most enemies don't really pose a threat, right? Obviously, you still need to know how to play the game, right? But most enemies aren't really that challenging, right? If we're comparing this to other games, obviously other games work very differently, especially with how you're losing souls in Dark Souls and you can run back to your spot where they lie. Actually, even that system is less challenging than what most other games do, which is just reset you to the last checkpoint. Now, obviously what has been happening over the course of the last, 10, 15 years is that the checkpoints, are now basically almost instant, right? If you're playing a game like, let's say, Uncharted, for example, The Last of Us maybe, it checkpoints you like almost everywhere, right? Even during an encounter, which is even a problem in some cases in a game like The Last of Us 2. But technically, right, if the checkpoint is at the start of the level or the start of an encounter, technically those games are more challenging than Dark Souls. Because in Dark Souls, you can literally just run back to where you were, just get your souls back. Most of the time, that's actually not so difficult to do because you can run by almost every enemy. And then it's essentially almost the same as having just a regular old checkpoint system. Technically even easier than that because, you can run by the enemies, right? Which is not a possibility in most other games, actually. So yeah, I've never really understood this notion of these games being challenging. They're challenging in the sense that you actually have to engage with their gameplay systems. Whereas if we compare it to, again, let's say, Uncharted, The Last of Us, Fallout, Red Dead Redemption 2, whatever other game you can think of, if you're playing on their normal set difficulty, right, so their standard difficulty, which again, Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls or FromSoft and games in general only have one difficulty. If you're playing on standard difficulty, most other games, they don't force you to interact with their gameplay systems at all most of the time, right? It's literally pretty much press one button to win, right? In most of the games, unless you specifically turn it in, like turn the difficulty up to hard or really hard, right? So that's really the only difference. And I think, well, that's what most people obviously perceive as challenging, right? Dark Souls or FromSoft actually forces you to interact with the systems that they've implemented into the game. Whereas most other games, for some reason, don't do that, even though they spend a lot of time integrating these systems, right? Which is strange. I mean, if we come back to The Witcher 3, for example, if you play just on the normal difficulty, all of the things that you can find, pretty much almost 100% of the loot that you can find, so all of the like Witcher armor, everything that you can craft, all of the potions and concoctions and whatever the fuck, even most of the perks, are completely useless. It doesn't matter if you interact with those systems or not. It literally doesn't matter, because everything, you can just press your attack button, whatever it was, square or circle, and everything just dies. There is no reason to ever interact with any of the systems that they've built into the game. You only really have to do that if you're playing on Death March, which is the highest difficulty. And even that can be kind of finicky in terms of what you have to or not have to do, right? But that's also because the game is horribly balanced in a lot of areas. But that's like mind-blowing to me, right? And it's not even about challenge. Like, you can definitely build a game that is not challenging at all, right? If we're talking about like a normal gameplay experience, but still force you to interact with the gameplay systems. And I don't know why companies sort of insist on, or why they're apparently incapable to force you to actually interact with the gameplay elements that they've built for the game, but then at the same time not make it challenging. I think Final Fantasy XIV is another great example of that, right? And people are constantly debating that, because the problem with 14 is that if you're just playing through the story, the game is laughably easy. Like, you literally don't have to press any of the buttons that you should usually press. Except for some situations, which then become like a point of contention, or rather, a point of conflict, because suddenly you get, more experienced players, obviously expecting you to properly like heal and deal damage and tank and whatever, but the game has never taught you how to do that, because in most situations you don't have to do it. And the problem with that is, again, I'm not saying that they should make their game more challenging. I think it's perfectly fine that Final Fantasy XIV allows you to pretty much, without any video game experience really, let you play through the story. I'm not saying it should be more challenging, but I am saying that it should force you to actually interact with its gameplay systems. I think it's just unacceptable. Why I'm saying unacceptable? It's unacceptable that you can play 14 without reading your tooltips, right? Without knowing what your abilities actually do. Because I think that we can all expect that that the player who's playing an MMO or Dark Souls or whatever game we're talking about, right, that is definitely aimed at a grown-up audience. I wouldn't necessarily say adult audience, but you can certainly play it when you're like 14, 15 years old, or whatever, right? But a game that's clearly meant for an educated audience, let's say that, maybe, right? You should be able to read. If you're not able to read, then, we have a problem. And so why are games not expecting you to be able to do that? I really don't get it. That is such a weird game design choice, because, again, what we're talking about here is that you're literally wasting money, right? You're wasting money on developing gameplay systems that most of your player base will never interact with, because your game doesn't actually force them to interact with that, right? And I'm not saying that it's easy to come up with systems that actually work with that, because, well, designing a game in a way where it forces you to interact with its gameplay systems but still be easy to play, that's not that easy to do, right, from a development standpoint. I get that. But they're not even trying in most cases, and that's what's sort of tripping me up, right? Because, again, they're actively wasting money. They're wasting development time on systems that only players that actually play on a higher difficulty will ever interact with. And interestingly enough, if we now come back to Dark Souls, and Dark Souls 2 in this case specifically, things like this also kind of fall under that, right? Because there are certainly things in Dark Souls that are really not viable, or rather very obscure or complicated to use. And while I guess that it would be interesting to have a couple of things like that. So, for example, if we're talking about, I think they're like the sorcerer that I unpetrified, right? He sells some like dark magic thing, right? Something like that would make sense to be very obscure and difficult to use, right? Not only stat-wise, but also gameplay-wise. So in the right hands, in the hands of somebody who's really experienced in these games, who knows what they're doing, it could be a very powerful tool. But for the inexperienced player, somebody who's playing it for the first time, it would be very obscure and hard to figure out how to properly use it, right? To really, really make it as strong as it can be. Even with lore, sort of, that would make sense, right? But then there are certainly other systems, in this case the poison, for example, that, at least in my opinion, should be somewhat straightforward to use. And then also reward you for actually using it, right? So I think the game should reward you more for actually engaging and interacting with these systems, which I don't think FromSoft games ever really do. Obviously, again, I don't know how well that would translate, but consider this, right? So I'm using the mace currently. It's really easy to use. The attacks are really easy to do, and it does quite a lot of damage so far, right? And I said that this yesterday as well. If I hadn't gone for the stats that were required for the Twin Blade, I could have easily gotten up my strength to something like 35 at this point, right? Which would probably make my mace pretty OP for most enemies that I'm currently facing. So that's incredibly easy to do, right? So now if we compare that, if I actually use a system that they're giving me here with poison, you know, logically, me going through the trouble of acquiring a poison weapon and using the poison as a system and a gameplay element for my character should theoretically be, at least in my opinion, 20 to 30% better than just using a maze that requires absolutely nothing of me, right? Except for stats put into strength, which is not challenging nor difficult nor anything that would require me to actually think, right? Unfortunately, though, most of the time, it's actually not the case. Most of the time, poison weapons, for example, in this case, I mean, again, I don't know, but I would bet that they're not that potent, that they're not 30% better than my maze. And that's a problem, right? Because that means that most new players will never really want to interact with the system, because it's kind of obscure to use. It requires a lot of, thinking and shuffling around with stat points. And at the end of the day, you come out with something that is not better than what you already had, without actually investing any thought whatsoever into it, right? Well, that was a long rant about this, but yeah, that's definitely where I see problems in terms of the game design. And again, it is definitely something that is very much present in newer FromSoft games as well. Sekiro is like, even though Sekiro doesn't really have stat points like this or stats that you can level up, it does have skills that you can unlock. And I feel like in Sekiro as well, actually using those skills requires some thinking on your part, right? It requires you being able to identify situations where you might actually be able to use those skills. It requires you to look at the skills, how they work, how they sort of flow, right? And press your buttons properly. And that's a lot more challenging to do than just using your basic block and attack. But unfortunately, it doesn't really reward you in any kind of way. A lot of the skills are really cool in Sekiro, but they're not really better than any of your standard attacks. And that's not how it should be, right? Sometimes it works out. I think the hunter, or not the hunter's tools, what are they called? The prosthetic tools, right? So you have your prosthetic arm in Sekiro, and you get these specific tools, right, that actually have really useful effects. And you can use them correctly, right? There are a couple of prosthetic tools that are really, really powerful and give you a direct and easy to identify advantage over opponents, right? And even bosses, which I really, really like. The problem is, the same can't really be said for the skills. And that's unfortunate because, well, the skills are also really cool. They look awesome most of the time, but sadly, they're not really all that useful at all. Especially against bosses, which are really the only challenging enemies in Sekiro, right? A couple of bosses in Sekiro can be incredibly challenging. The problem is the normal enemies during the level are usually not. Like, there's very, very few actually challenging normal enemies in the levels, which also obviously has to do with the fact that you can just insta-kill everything, which is very cool. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be that way, because that's a very awesome thing that they did in Sekiro, and it really makes you feel like a really nimble assassin, right? Which is basically the point of the whole game. But, well, it does create this problem of, well, skills aren't really useful against bosses most of the time, but the normal enemies are basically insta-killed most of the time, so then what are the skills for, right? Where are you supposed to use them? And it's... Well, I guess my sort of point here, if we want to finish this discussion, would be that it is quite disappointing that these problems exist in the older games. And again, I'm not just saying that FromSoft has these problems. A lot of games struggle with this. But Dark Souls 2 have this problem, and Sekiro as well, and Bloodborne as well, right? And there is, like, when did Dark Souls 2 release? Like 2011, 2012, something like that? 2012, I think, right? And Sekiro released 2017. So in those 5 years, even though, well, they made a lot of cool developments into a lot of cool systems and areas and ideas with Sekiro in a lot of other ways, but these sort of core principles still are very problematic, right? And I don't really expect these problems to not exist in Elden Ring as well, right? I think that Elden Ring will very much be very similar in this regard, and still have these problems persist. And well, the thing here is, right, I'm calling them problems. Maybe they're designed like that on purpose, right? Maybe FromSoft is like choosing a design philosophy where they're saying, well, we want to have these simple to use weapons in the game for people who don't really want to struggle that much, right? But then we also have these more obscure systems and more complicated weapons and systems like poison, whatever, bleeding, right? That are hard to use for the people who want a challenge, right? Yeah, I don't really agree with that philosophy, if that's in fact how they're designing this, right? But again, it might not be a problem at all. It might just be their game design philosophy, which would kind of be a shame because that means that we'll never have, like, at least in that case, I would want them to try out something different from time to time, right? To say, all right, now we're actually making the more obscure systems clearly better than the easy-to-use systems, so that people who interact with those actually have a tangible advantage for using them. I don't know. Maybe it'll be different in Elden Ring. Maybe it won't. Maybe some other... I'm thinking of other games that... well, I think... I don't really want to continue this discussion for too long because I'm not actually streaming for this long this morning, but I think that Persona 5, or the Persona games in general, actually do a really good job with that, because for the most part, I mean, Persona is really easy to break, right? Or if we're specifically talking about Persona 5 or Persona 5 Royal, I think that the game is really, really easy to break, even on higher difficulties, right? If you know what you're doing, the game can become incredibly easy. But the cool thing is, no matter what difficulty you're playing on, it sort of always gives you the option to interact with the more complicated systems of the game, right? In terms of using personas and actually, like with the, what is it called? The Alarm Velvet Room system that they introduced in Royal. There's a lot of stuff that you can do with Persona Fusion and leveling up your personas and introducing different skills to them, skill cards and whatever the fuck, right? There is a lot of stuff that you can upgrade and interact with. And no matter what difficulty you're playing on, the reward that you get for interacting with those systems is always tangible and always really, really good. That does lead to what I just said, that it's really easy to break the game and make it too easy on any difficulty. But I still think that they manage to design the game in a way where you want to interact with those systems and where they give you tangible rewards for using them. Always, right? Without, you can technically play the game without really interacting with those systems at all, and you know, especially if you're playing on easy or something, it's probably really, really easy to just play the game without interacting with Persona Fusion at all. But the game does a really good job so that you want to interact with those systems, right? And they do give you very tangible rewards, even on the easier difficulties. Obviously, on the easier difficulties, they make the game even easier than it already is, but it's still, it's so, the advantages that you get for using those systems are so clearly laid out that, and they're really, really easy to see as well during actual gameplay, that people want to interact with them. And beyond that, the social link abilities are literally tied to you interacting with your teammates and getting to know their story, right? So people who are purely interested in the story still automatically get these awesome skills, right? Just because they want to know what's going on with their friends, essentially, right? And that's just a very, very cool way of sort of making the player interact with these systems, or at least learn about them without posing or without forcing them into a challenge they might not want if they're just purely there for the story, right? And I wish that more games actually would take that approach, right? Make these systems fun to engage with, so that you want to engage with them completely, completely separate from whether or not they pose a challenge or are complicated or whatever, right? And I feel like, again, that's definitely an area where FromSoft can massively improve, in my opinion, at least. And I know that that's not something like people who really love these games or people who regularly play, especially like PvP, or who do a ton of different builds in Dark Souls. I'm not talking about those players. They interact with these systems by their own free will, essentially, right? And that's completely fine and that's cool. But I want more people to interact with these systems, and I realize that even myself, who usually wants to really interact with everything that there is in a game and really, dive deep into it, and I'm not really opposed to having a challenge, I still find myself not really interacting with a lot of things that are present in this game, simply because it doesn't really feel like it gives me any tangible benefit or is fun to use. And we can also talk about, think about all of these items that I have in my inventory. A lot of them I've never really used so far, right? And that's just bad game design. Why isn't there a more clearer usage for a lot of these items? I mean, obviously these are online items, and then we have the souls, but even with the souls, for example, right? It's very unlikely that you're switching between multiple different boss weapons. They have very high stats or stat requirements, so in a new game run, it's very unlikely that you will fulfill all of those. Never mind then also be able to upgrade and actually use the weapon. Once again, I'm actually trying to upgrade my stats so that I can use the Twin Blade, right? The Dragon Rider Twin Blade. But I don't have any upgrade materials for it, so my mace, which was really easy to upgrade, and again is really easy to use, has the very low stat requirements, still deals a ton of damage to the enemies that I've encountered so far. Like, why? I'm only doing this because I specifically want to have a cool-looking weapon. But then that can't be the only reason. The game should actually, sort of nudge me towards using more different weapons. And it sadly doesn't do that, right? And I wish that they would come up with cool ideas and systems that would more easily let you interact with these systems. And again, I'm not saying that the game should be less challenging at all, right? It should be actually more challenging because you can do that, right? If you introduce systems that would let you more easily get very strong weapons, then on the other side, you would be able to then potentially introduce enemies, maybe even as an optional challenge somewhere, right? That would sort of require you to have those stronger items and stronger weapons. Yeah. And it's kind of a shame that, especially in this game, that they don't really do that, right? I don't know. But let's actually get into the gameplay again. So this area, I actually need to think about when or how I got to this point. I think I had to rotate that room right down there where I found the... So I found the woman that sells miracles in Heights Tower. And after that, she moved to Majula, essentially, and into that rotating room thing. And I had to pay her, I think it was 2,000 souls to rotate the room, and then I was able to get here. So far, I haven't really explored this area at all. The only, the thing that was tripping me up is this guy. So this, I thought at first was the sorcerer or something.
Leave me alone. I'm interested in one thing.
And he might be? I don't know. I don't know if like the things that he's saying might hint at the fact that I need to get dark spells in order to interest him in me. I don't know. That might be a thing. The position I thought was really funny. Like, he's sitting in a cave. A huge cave, by the way. In like some sort of side thing here. And he's sitting in an actual wooden chair. Looking at the wall. So, absolutely no idea what his deal is. But yeah, I pretty much just unlocked the bonfire here and then didn't go back so far up until this point. So I expect us to probably go into that Colosseum-looking thing at some point. And there's like a huge sword stuck in the middle for some reason. It very much looks like the sword from the castle, from the Forest of the Fallen Giants, right? The castle in the forest has these two huge statues towards the sea cliff. And they also have like these huge stone swords that apparently are part of the statues. Now, for some reason, though, one of the swords just sort of sticks in the castle, almost as if the giant statue moved at some point and just decided to attack the castle with its sword. So considering that there's a giant, probably stone sword stuck in this Colosseum as well, I'm now wondering if those statues maybe came to life at some point and just threw their sword into this general direction and it got stuck here, or if there's some other force or being that used these stone swords. I don't know. So far, though, the like the giant that we fought, the first boss that I fought, actually, what was it called? The last giant, I think. While he is big, he's certainly not big enough to use one of those huge stone swords. So, yeah, how did they get here? Unless somebody specifically built the stone sword here. That might also be the case. Also, considering this small blue bird, I think I haven't had this item before. Considering this is what, like the 6th or 5th area, at least according to the fast travel points when you're resting at a bonfire, it's kind of weird to me that we're still fighting these basic enemies. What was it that... This is what I got. Temporarily boosts magic defense. These birds bloom magnificently on a shrub every few years, their color and effect determined by soil quality and recent weather. Known to have been used in rituals long ago. Huh. Once again, with most of these items, right, I have all these like really cool and sort of obscure items almost. Their effects don't seem to really warrant their rarity, though. And also, there hasn't really been a point where I would have to use these items. Oh, it's another one of these things. And it's the first time they're actually doing something. That's interesting. I wonder if there's more than one. It's really cool how it illuminates the area, though. It's probably poisonous, right? So there's one here, and then I saw another one in the Lost Bastille for some reason. But that one didn't do anything. It just sat there. I would have been able to attack it with, like, ranged attacks, probably. Oh, I don't want to target you. Oh yeah, this definitely poisons me. Poison resistance seems to be high enough, though. way. Is there another one sitting down there? Oh yeah, there is. I wonder if my Pyromancy Flame actually does something. Can I throw it up there? Or I can. Whoa! It also dropped an item. I actually did not expect it to just die like that. So that does mean that I probably want to get to the bottom of this cave at some point. Seems like I actually have to... What the... Oh, that's a giant one of those gecko things. Huh. Is it, like, pushing one of the, like, small enemies with a torch in front of him? I think it is. I think the AI is doing weird stuff. I wonder if I have to jump down here, or if I... Because it does look like you'd have to jump down. Kind of want to continue the normal way first, though. What? Although, this does seem to lead straight up to the Colosseum thing. What are you doing? How did you, like, how long have you been hanging there? It's also interesting. Some sort of almost normal-looking building. Oh, there's a couple of dudes hanging onto the bridge. Well, that's weird. Huh. Forest. Forest actually looks pretty good. I mean, obviously it's you know, well, it's just a couple JPEGs, but still. Like, the effect is really cool with the moving birds and the background. It is sort of fake, right? It's not actually rendered. But, I mean, it is rendered, you know what I mean, right? It's not, like, most of these things aren't 3D models, but it still looks pretty cool. Interesting gravestones. If they are gravestones, but I suspect that they probably would be, right? And this tree seems to be a shortcut, most likely. That's a long way down. I guess I have to keep the cave in mind for now. Whoa! Where did you come from? Guess he dropped down from the roof. I don't really like this texture. It's a bit too bright for, like, the once again the difference between the brightness of the floor and the wall doesn't really make sense. The wall is a bit too bright. I wonder if this is I wonder if this is a shading problem or a texture problem. Like, if the texture was just designed too brightly and then they weren't able to really tone it down. Although I don't know enough about shading and that kind of stuff to really tell. But I wonder, right, if there's some kind of weird lighting problem going on with the engine, or if it's literally just the texture being designed too brightly for this area. Praise the sun? Is it even the sun, or is it the moon? I mean, it somewhat looks like the sun. Oh, really? Poison arrows? Can I target you? Probably not, huh? Doesn't even do anything. Alright, there's a guy hanging there. He's also just... I'm literally not moving and he's always just targeting my shield. It's kind of funny. Okay. Well, this is already annoying, isn't it? What? Whoa! Did not expect him to burst through the door. He just fell down. Well, bye-bye, dude. Yeah, I really wonder sometimes how this happens, right? Why did the AI suddenly decide to move forward? Even though he didn't do that before. Maybe the door opened and it somehow thought that it was able to get to me, but then moved forward instead of actually running the path that would lead to me? I really don't know. Oh, he's not dying in one hit. Interesting. Flame butterfly? Is that the one to... yeah, it is. Cool that they're giving this to you here. I wonder if there's... Well, either that means there is no way to light up your torch here without using the flame butterfly. Or it means that we'll get a way to do that. Merchant Sadness. I guess people were expecting a merchant here. It does look very much like a place in Dark Souls 1, right? Where they usually place merchants and things like that. This just literally seems a thing where you can't go. Once again, a bit strange with the... so they want you to kind of drop down here, but it also seems like you wouldn't really be able to continue, or rather you wouldn't be able to go back up. So I wonder if there's like a second path that also leads down there. But this seems to lead to the bridge? Well, not exactly, right? Now he finally had a reason to actually come up. What's that sound? Is it the bridge? Might be. It looks pretty cool though, doesn't it? This Colosseum thing. This level definitely has really cool visuals. For some reason, like with the color scheme and everything, it looks very disconnected from Majula, right? You're not really moving that far. I mean, sort of behind these mountains, I think Majula should be right there. But for some reason, the weather effect and time of day and whatever completely changes. You know, I know that obviously there might be a lore reason for that, but I don't know. It's just a bit too sudden to be really, like, I guess logical. Oh, hi. Huh. Oh, there's another, like, the stone bridge, another one of those moth things, and then some... What is that? Bridge with flames attached to it? But yeah, again... Okay. Hello there. A lot of places to drop down to... And a cracked red eye orb. I guess you're supposed to jump over there? What? How would you get back to anywhere though? There's just a lot of areas and items in Dark Souls 2 that are sort of very off the beaten path. And I said that yesterday as well, right? Where pretty much the game. I mean, it's kind of cool how many options. Oh, nice. Another bonfire? Why? All right, let me get to that in a second. But yeah, it's kind of cool how many optional areas there are and things to explore. But at the same time, it does detract somewhat from the actual level, and I guess everything that you're really able to do beyond that. I don't know. Also, why do they have this shortcut here? And then also place a bonfire? I mean, why would you ever have to use this? I guess they thought that you might want to check out those items again or something, or maybe for this item so that you can jump over there. But yeah, I mean, look at this. How am I supposed to get back from there once I jump down to it? Doesn't really look like you would be able to come back here. Do you just have to die in order to get that? Weird. There's nothing else in here except the bonfire. Which also means, why did the enemy drop the flame butterfly? If there's a bonfire here, that would literally let me ignite my torch. Bridge approach, okay. Everything really, really weird. I mean, well, Oh, why did the moths suddenly decide to use their attack? Well, now I'm wondering, since there is a bonfire here, I could literally just... I mean, I'm not really losing much by trying to get if I try to get the other items, right? So let's just maybe do that. I wonder also if that dude is standing on the roof, if we're also able to get there at some point. He actually loses health as well. Okay. Yeah, he apparently drops a flame butterfly every time, maybe? Or maybe not? Arrows deal quite a lot of damage. Oh, this seems to be an ignitable torch. Why am I hearing enemy noises? Whoa. Well, let me see where this leads first. I don't know if I should use one of the flame butterflies. Then again, if they're like literally dropped from an enemy here, you know. I mean, I'm always saying that I want to use more of my items that I actually own, instead of just keeping them for no reason whatsoever. Oh, wait, this is a different one. Magic defense and lightning defense, okay. So let's just use it and set light to this thing. Kind of weird how many of these things are just clinging to edges. The bandit's knife? Is that the first time we've seen that item? think so. A knife with a slightly broad single edge. Its tip is shaped to leave a wound that won't easily close, designed for unsavory work and beloved by those of unsavory ilk. So does it have like an additional effect or something? Yeah, it has bleeding. Okay. I mean, I kind of liked the dagger at the beginning of the game, actually, so I wonder if I would like this as well. Maybe with the bleeding effect, that might actually be a lot more useful. So I guess this probably leads to the roof, right? And then from there, you might be able to get back to where I was before. Is this actually a hidden path, or is this a troll message once again? I mean, it very much looks like one, doesn't it? But this is almost too obvious, to the point where I think that it might actually not be one. Also, if you can ignite like a fireplace thing over there, then why not put another one over here? Whatever. At least now this room is a bit brighter than before. Yeah, this is the roof where the other guy dropped down from. Ambush ahead. The one dude over there? I only see one. I mean, maybe there's multiple? Oh, yeah, there is. This time, for some reason, I actually hit both of them. This also still seems really inconsistent to me when you actually hit two people and when you only hit one. Also, where did he actually come from? I guess there was a second guy over here? Why would only one of them drop down to me? Also, you have to drop down to that item once again? Really not the biggest fan of them constantly forcing you to drop down to places. It can be useful in a couple of ways, but it can also just be really annoying. Seriously. Oh. Actually fell down. Oopsie. It's kind of not really what I wanted, but whatever. Also wonder if this actually continues somewhere. Well, let's drop down here then, huh? Poison moss and life gem. And then I have to drop down here as well. Whoop. So this would pretty much be this entire area. Before I try for that item, I'll go back here. At least from the like basic design of this area, it looks like the forest sort of continues onwards. Although, well, I'm actually not sure about that. If the forest would continue onwards towards the oopsie. It almost poisoned me this time around. And they always seem to be dropping items. Seriously, why is the targeting of this thing so weird? Either you always overshoot or undershoot your enemies. So the big gecko thing will probably curse me, right? Hi. So this doesn't really look like you're able to drop down here. There's definitely something over there. Why is this so hard to see? I guess they want you to use a torch. I don't... With the bloodstains here, yeah, this doesn't actually look like you're able to really drop down here, does it? Because with all the messages, I thought that there might be sort of platforms that you might be able to reach. I mean, it does somewhat seem to be the case. But that item's clearly, like, below this bridge. What? Huh? What happened to the messages? That was weird. These are still there, though. I mean, you might be able to make those jumps. There has to be another way to this place, though. I don't... Nah. Call me a coward, but... that's not something that I really want to try right now. I do want to... I do want to kind of get that item, though. Although I have no idea how you're supposed to get back from that thing. I guess I have to go this way? Let's see. That's also... The way they're spawning in dead enemies is weird. The fact that they're constantly doing these weird sounds. I hate that I'm not killing him with one hit. Wait. What is this sound? Whoa! Oh! I know who you are. You're the guy that I kicked down with the frickin', with my fireball thing. Didn't expect him to suddenly turn up there. I was really surprised by the sound. He was whipping his, well, whip somewhere for some reason. I don't know. I was hearing that and I was really confused as to what that was. And what was this? He has a lot more health than the other guys for some reason. Huh. God, these have every frickin' time, right? Okay, so technically I should be able to jump over there, right? Nope. I hate the jump. I really, really hate the jump in this game. Or rather, well, actually I don't really hate it. It's just kind of, I don't know, do you have to put an item there? Like, what's the point, right? Now I have to kill like a million different other enemies again, and you're also losing health. Just for an item that at the end of the day is probably not even really worth it. Whoa, what the? Well, he was certainly very spontaneous. Where did he go? What? What happened to him? Okay, he just noped out of existence. Very interesting. Somebody... Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. I think you're actually supposed to jump down there from the bridge. Yeah, okay. I see how it is. Well, are you supposed to? Maybe. But yeah, I think that's actually what's supposed to happen there. Well, never mind then. I am going to... Where did you come from? Why are you running towards me? Yeah, AI is weird in this game. Like, it really, really is. Enemies are also getting stuck on each other, but not all the time. Sometimes you hit multiple enemies, sometimes you don't. I mean, you can definitely explain those instances, right? If you would, I guess, look back at those encounters and specifically, I don't know, frame by frame, go through them and try to figure out why you were hitting multiple enemies or why you wouldn't be hitting multiple enemies in certain instances. I think there is some sort of internal logic to it. But at the same time, that logic is not, like, good. It's just weird. And I don't think it should be. That seems very much like another one of those whip guys. What? Prisoner's hood. And there sure seem to be a lot of prisoners in this world. But that's the other guy, right? Yeah. So, for some reason, most of these areas have turned into prisons. Why am I hearing running? I feel like an enemy is going to attack me for some reason. I think I activated some AI, but the enemy is probably stuck somewhere. Okay. Rags worn by imprisoned hollows. This appears to have been worn on the head. Judging by its looks and apparent virtues, this really is no more than a tattered scrap of cloth. It carries the stench of a hollow. It raises item discovery, okay. But wait, I mean, how come that almost every area here seems to be a prison for hollows? I mean, I guess in a way, this whole sort of kingdom that we're going through here in Dark Souls 2 is really sort of infested with hollows, right? Everybody turned hollow. So I guess this curse spread through the land and sort of they tried to somehow like combat the curse by just imprisoning everybody who had it. But because it spread to, well, almost everyone, basically all of the places became prisons. I guess that's the conclusion here, right? Also, what's that weird thing attached to the sword? This looks like there's multiple swords, actually. Right? One on the right, one on the left. Or maybe they're actually not swords, but some other contraption or something. Almost looks like some sort of giant, I don't know, either telescope or weapon. Certainly something, well, some device with a specific purpose, right? Why? And these guys, they kind of look like executioners, don't they? At least he does. Can you please just attack me? Why are you standing there? Oh, there's a... Oh, shit. Now I activated two of them. Other dudes comes running as well. They actually make you bleed. And that is still probably one of my biggest gripes with Dark Souls. With multiple enemies, you can always enter a state where they stagger their attacks without you really being able to influence that, in my opinion. Okay, maybe there is a way that I just don't know, where you can kind of force enemies to not stagger their attacks as much, at least. But I don't know. Because that just seems, the problem is that it just seems so random, right? Sometimes you can have encounters like this, where there's two enemies attacking you, and then they pretty much enter the exact same attack animation at the same time. That makes it really easy to fight them. Even if you're really only able to hit one of them, you can just, well, it's almost as if you're just fighting one enemy, right? If they opt to have the exact same attack animation at any given time. But if they stagger their attacks and their animations, then it's almost impossible to fight them because, well, at the moment where one of them has an opening, the other one doesn't. So I don't really know if that's even like an intended sort of thing, or if they just decided to place an... I mean, well, overall, technically, right, the sort of your goal in FromSoft games usually is to never really fight multiple enemies, because it does have this, well, weird problem with the staggered attacks, right? But then a lot of the times it's also not really possible to avoid in most cases. Also, there is another place to jump down to. Just saw that. So you're essentially supposed to jump down from the bridge, I think, collect that item, then jump down over there, and then there's some kind of cave entrance, which actually might loop back to the big cave with the big gecko thing, right? I think. So once I'm there, I hope there's some kind of shortcut that you can unlock there. There might be. Actually, there should probably be. Oh, you can walk on these? That's weird. Who's that dude? That's like a big executioner. Also, where did the other guy know off to? He just ran away from me. That looked weird. Whoa, I thought he was throwing that for a second. Why did you decide to attack even though you weren't even close to me? Huh. Oh, okay. He was a lot stronger than I thought he would be, at least in terms of the stamina he took off my locked attack. This area looks really, really cool, though. It also doesn't have the problem that the Lost Bastille has, where you constantly don't really know which way you're facing. It seems to be, well, it's a lot more open, so you can clearly see where you want to go and where you still haven't been, and all those kinds of things. So now I need to just watch out for these moth things. There is one. Can I hit you from here? I actually really like that I got the pyromancy flame. It's really useful in here. Poison moss. So I guess the other ones that I killed in the cave probably also dropped this then, right? Which makes it, I guess, well, I mean, that means that I don't necessarily have to... Oh, a torch, finally! It's been a while since something like that dropped. Since this area seems to be a bit larger, let me actually use a life gem. But yeah, what was I going to say? Fuck. I lost my train of thought. Also... no, never mind. For a second here I thought this looked like... Ooh, hi. For a second I thought this looked like the place below Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 1. But it's clearly not. It is a weird place though. Like a special cell or something. A dude standing up top for some reason. What is this then? This might be the way to get out of the cave, maybe? This is the way to continue, so I still need to check out this area then. And I guess because there's this dude here, they always protect They protect Estus shards, right? I think. Why, though? You think that it's purposefully designed to look like the place beneath Firelink Shrine? Because in Dark Souls 1 there is a Firekeeper imprisoned there, right? And since they have the sun symbol on them, on their shield, I wonder what their purpose is, or why they exist this way, why they protect Estus shards. I think it was Estus shards, right? I'm pretty sure on that. I wonder why. What is the connection here? I mean, there's definitely some sort of running theme here, right? Okay, let me check. I think there's actually only... Oh, sorry. I think there's actually only one more poison moth here. Wait. What? Those footsteps just now, was that the guy up top here? I really don't get the AI. What? So he moved away for some reason, but doesn't attack me, he just ran away. Sure, I guess. I very much like this area, though. Usually I don't really like foresty areas in FromSoft games because they're, well, a lot of the times they're either linked... Well, in this case, they're still linked to poison, but in a way more manageable way. Not as annoying as they usually are. There's another one of those executioner dudes, and then I think there was another moth down here, but other than that, seems to be fine. And then there is one of these places. So what's the implication here? Was this a house at some point? Or is this supposed to be a prison cell where the door was just, I don't know, lost to time? Because it could be both, right? I mean, considering what we read about the Hollow's hood thing... Oh, a Morning Star. Considering what we read about that, you know, it would make more sense to be a prison cell, but it doesn't look like it ever had bars right here. I mean, it should have had a door, right? But, weird. The Morning Star. It also causes bleed. Interesting. I wonder if... Well, it scales worse than my mace. Also, although that might also be because this is +6. I wonder if this might actually be better than my mace. A club fitted with a spiked head. The spikes of this blunt weapon cause bleeding, normally wielded by clerics, but clearly intended to draw blood. Now I would actually like to try this as well. Since I haven't really found an upgrade for the twin blades, I wonder if I can upgrade this to +6. What did I use to upgrade things to +6? I think I only need Titanite shards and large Titanite shards, right? Which I can both buy. I would actually like to, because technically, let's see, if the mace is +6 right now, then a +6 Morning Star should pretty much have the same attack, right? 192, or maybe even more. But it has the additional bleeding effect. I wonder how that shows itself. I mean, with all of the lengthy things that I said at the beginning of the stream, this might actually be worth to try out. What is this? Friend, good luck. Sure. Doesn't seem to be a moth here, though. Only this big dude, right? I wonder if I can sneak to him. Sneaking in this game is rather weird. Yeah, I got him. Nice. Didn't think he would actually die. Aromatic ooze. I think I already got one of those. Didn't I? Also, I didn't read this. Boosts fire defense. Small orange burr. These burrs bloom magnificently on a shrub. They all have the same description. Okay. What? Oh, this one. Apply magic to right-hand weapon. Oh, cool. Huh. Although, once again, like, these things... I mean, I know that they should be fairly powerful, all things considered. I'm just very hesitant to use them, because you can't buy them, right? So I would normally use, at least in Bloodborne, I... Pretty much as soon as you unlock, like, fire paper, you can buy fire and lightning paper things in Bloodborne after a specific point fairly easily. To the point where I pretty much always used it on strong enemies and bosses. But here I'm a lot more hesitant because, well, I wouldn't really know where to get them, right? And usually boss encounters, well, even though I one-shot most bosses, except the Pursuer in this case, I still, well, usually I just expect bosses to just take multiple attempts, right? So I guess I don't know, really. I mean, I would sort of not really use these things. Can I just kill you? Yes. Ah, hello there. I was wondering what they were talking about with the two-handed. Another dark spirit. Come here. Oh, he has a lot of health. Whoa. Why did that hit me? I don't know, most of the dark spirits, especially if they attack you in an area like this where there isn't really any kind of other enemy and you have a lot of space, most of them actually are kind of easy. I think I missed a lot of these dark spirit invasions in Dark Souls 1 because I almost never was human, and now for some reason they apparently changed that. What's the purpose of this area in general? I mean, sure, you get a couple of items here, but there isn't really, like, a deeper purpose, seemingly, to even go here. Why is there still a guy hanging to the bridge? What are you doing? I already crossed that bridge. Shouldn't he have tried to attack me? There is another moth. Huh. Wrath of sorcery. Be wary of bug by the way up. Okay. Huh. I kind of thought that there would be like a more special item here, considering that it's an entirely optional section with an invasion as well. But I guess not. What is that dude's... What is happening to him? So, he's run away twice now. For some reason. Oh. Hi. In these cases, I'm always debating with myself whether or not I should read more messages or not. I mean, it's not really a difficult ambush by any stretch of the imagination, right? But... Oh. What is that device for? Ooh, I guess it sort of... Does it lower this bridge? The hairs actually looks... I didn't notice that before. Lever ahead, but be wary of rear. Rear? Because of you guys? That is a very cool bridge. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, hi. So, I guess he only jumps down once you enter this thing? Probably? Or not? Wait. I wonder how they programmed this AI. I really do. They clearly have specific triggers, right? They clearly have some sort of trigger when you like get into proximity with them, but then they also have special triggers for certain enemies where they essentially... What is your deal? What's up with him? Did you try to run away from me? Huh. But yeah, they clearly also have specific triggers where they can sort of purposefully deactivate certain enemies up until a certain point. And then they attack you. The weird part about this is actually that it seems to sort of not really work sometimes. Oh, right, there's another one here, right? Where was it? Wait, what? Oh, there it is. That's actually quite high up. But yeah, they sometimes the AI sort of doesn't really work. Where for some reason it triggers at a point where it shouldn't have been triggered, or rather it gets triggered at the correct point, but then the player sort of moves in an unexpected way, and then the AI does weird stuff as well. Sometimes it just doesn't know where to go, or it runs to a completely different point, or it doesn't actually enter an attack state, or things like that, right? And that probably has to do with, well, when you're moving in a sort of unexpected way. I really like this bridge and this bridge design. It doesn't make any sense that a bridge like this would exist here, but it still looks very cool. I mean, this is like a what is this called? It's a moving bridge, right? It's like nowadays these bridges are used in sort of harbor areas to let boats through, right? And you can raise these bridges in order for boats to be able to pass through. Or, on the other hand, these bridges can also be used when they're full of water to actually raise boats up. I wonder why it is here, though, because, well, very clearly there's no river or anything that would require this bridge to be lifted up. So the only reason why it would be lifted up might then be that they don't want you to enter. Which in a way also makes sense, but it seems to be a bit of an overkill, considering that they also just could have built, I don't know, any other type of... Well, then again, I mean... If we're trying to look at this logically, this is a sort of big chasm. If you wanted to build like a drawbridge, I guess, it would need to have like a much bigger mechanism than this. So technically, this might actually be the best option, I guess. Although if we're looking at this, right, they could have also built a huge bridge, like a normal one, at the exact same place, and then use the small bridge behind it to be a drawbridge. That would have probably been the more logical option in most cases. Interestingly enough, once again, we have multiple ways to go, because I can still continue here, which will most likely lead me to that bridge over there, and then we have this bridge as well. Let's see. He's literally waiting for me to enter this place, isn't he? But maybe he only gets activated if I actually activate the lever itself. Yeah, he might be. Can I even activate this? Yes, I can. What? Oh. Well, I did not expect there to be a hole in the roof. I didn't see that before. Whoa! Wait, where did you come from? I didn't see that there was a hole in the roof. He still ambushed me in a way, even though I saw him before. I have no idea where this guy came from. So which way do I go? There's still the moth up there as well. I wonder if it flies down towards me at some point, because it hasn't really attacked me so far. Burning pile. Can enter some sort of cave over there. So far, I'm still really a fan of this area. I like the openness. They still give you a lot of, like, sort of different ways to go. But it's a lot clearer, right? It's a lot easier to keep track of compared to the Bastille. Why is there suddenly a pile of burning corpses here? And another bonfire. Huh. So, is this like a second area then? So this needs a key. So now I'm wondering where the key is. There's a bonfire here. Either there's like an optional boss over here, or or it's like a completely separate area, like the second stage of this level, if you will. Oh, for fuck's sake. But at least he's running towards me somewhat. Forest friend? What? Was there another guy that ran away? There's a lot of... What the hell is going on? This does seem to be a completely separate area. There's a lot of items. There's another bridge. Another building with a moth over there. And some wolf howling in the background. Okay. Be wary of shade. Another invasion, maybe? I mean, if this is a completely separate area, I might actually want to unlock the bonfire first. I'm just wondering... Here's the thing, right? The game has been fairly inconsistent in terms of... Or at least it felt fairly inconsistent in terms of how you unlock places like these. So now I'm wondering if I maybe just skipped some sort of area where this key was already available, and I would just make this a lot harder for myself to continue now, even though I should have technically already been able to get the key. Right? Which is why I'm sort of hesitant to continue here. Yeah, I can also ignite a fire in here. Is this the guy that ran away from me? Might have been. Oh, skeleton. Well, that's unusual. It's been some time since I fought guys like you. It's actually been since... He's not dead. Well, if we have reviving skeletons here, I will probably definitely want to have magic mace and titanite shard. Was the pot the thing that was reviving the skeleton? No, it wasn't. Okay. Huh. Interesting that it took some time for it to be revived, though. But yeah, if this is actually what's happening here, I probably want to continue the other way first. I mean, the key might actually be in the beginning cave. There's definitely a chance that that's the case, right? Wait, what's up with head? What kind of head? So... let's go the other way first. And maybe if we'll find the key, then we can continue here. But once again, I like this a lot better than the Lost Bastille. This seems like a way clearer way of communicating. Oh yeah, there's a key that you can find, right? This is actually exactly what I was talking about at the end of yesterday's stream, where I said that I wish that things would sometimes be communicated to you a bit more like clearly. And in this case, they actually did this, right? You can clearly see the bonfire. You can clearly see, all right, there is a locked door. So there should be a key somewhere before, like in another area, or rather in this area before you go here, right? So that you can unlock the bonfire and then continue onwards. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe for some weird reason that's actually not how it works. I mean, they also might have opted to just place the key somewhere in the level, and then as soon as you have progressed to a certain point, they then make it easier to get, like, to essentially get this additional checkpoint. But, yeah. Also, yeah, I completely forgot that these things have the hole in the thing. So this is actually not, for a second there I thought that this might be a way out of the beginning cave, but it's just a way out of this one. Okay. So let's fight this dude then. Well, that was kind of underwhelming. Soul Spear. Interesting. Also we got... oh, shit. What was the other thing that I found that I wanted to read through? Oh, some sort of magical maze, right? Right. So let's go here first. Soul Spear. 2 uses requires 40 intelligence. Holy shit. Sorcery that fires souls shaped into a spear. Pierces enemies, causing heavy damage. This spell was said to have been devised by a master sorcerer, but his name is long forgotten. And then he also found this one, the magic maze. So it's literally the same that I have, right? Just magical. Well, I don't really need that, since I already have... I'm pretty much leveled for the Twin Blade, which also does magic damage, so... Interesting that you do find, like, fire and magic weapons throughout the world. Sublime bone dust. This almost seems random. Oh, right. I was wrong about that, right? They don't protect Estus shards. They protect this sublime bone dust. Yeah, right. That increases the recovery of my Estus. Interesting. And this cave just literally loops around. Alright. This doesn't make any logical sense though, right? Unless... No, it doesn't. It literally doesn't. This is just for the player. Like a gameplay gimmick. I still wonder why these guys are hanging there. Why aren't they activated when you actually go over the bridge? I mean, I guess you can't really activate them because they can't actually get to you, because they would be stuck on the railing. But then why implement them at all? It's just... I mean, I guess it's supposed to be funny or something? I don't know. Do we have another moth? Doesn't seem to be the case. It's a weirdly shaped tree. That's where I came from. And there should be the whip guy over here as well at a certain point. And this seems to be another optional enemy, maybe? Enemy, then skeleton? Oh, there is a skeleton on the ground. Let's go this way first. Fatty. Yeah, this is probably an optional enemy, right? Maybe? Wait. Ooh. Hi. What? See, once again, what? What happened there? Why did it suddenly activate his AI? That was weird. Because technically he shouldn't even really have been able to see me. And then I just stood here for a while. And after like, I mean, I don't know how long it was, but it must have been almost like 10 seconds at least. And suddenly he just says, all right, now I'm going to attack you. And you're sort of standing here saying, wait, why? Try eliminating one at a time. Yeah, I did that on accident. That's weird, right? Like, why would suddenly one guy only attack me? And I really don't know what's going on with their AI. At least they get staggered by my mace, which is really cool. Oh, and they have cracked eye orbs. So they're sitting at the top of poles with skeletons or, well, dead bodies essentially. Oh, what? Did not expect that final attack there. What the? Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm just... Oh, I was out of stamina. Yeah. Alright, that was really dumb. I shouldn't have done that. Fucking hell, I really shouldn't have done that. There's such easy enemies. Why the fuck did I die there? What the hell? I don't know. I was kind of lazy. I thought that he would die anyway. Oh. Great. Now I need to go through this whole thing again. Let me check whether or not we can do this at least a bit quicker. Although I probably don't really want to... I don't really want to risk that. I don't want to lose like 20,000 souls yet again. What? What's up with his AI? Why is he suddenly running away from me? Or is he just patrolling this area? Maybe I just didn't see that before? Oh, so that's why he suddenly attacked. Because he has this weird running attack, apparently. Yeah, this seems also this also seems to be something that just doesn't really work a lot of the time, where they where enemies sort of want to use their like staggered attack. So there's like a what can you call it? Not a staggered. Staggered is not the right word, but delayed attack, I guess, right? So enemies, a lot of enemies actually have that. Or, well, I don't know if you can really say a lot, but certainly quite a few enemies have a delayed attack where they can essentially choose to hold their attack. What? How the... Shit. Why am I suddenly out of stamina all the time? Ooh, that was a bit too close. I also just didn't expect him to still be alive. That was kind of the problem. But yeah, enemies have this delayed attack where they can choose to hold their attack and run towards you before actually using their attack, which is something that I think did not exist in Dark Souls 1. And it's actually quite cool that it does exist here, because that means that, I mean, it's just logical, right? To a degree, at least. I think that their running speed when they're deciding to use that delayed attack is a little bit too fast, which I think they probably specifically did so because... Or he died in 3 hits. They probably specifically did because otherwise it would just be too easy to evade, right? If they would be fairly slow running towards you, then it would probably be fairly easy to just, you know, evade the attack and not really... and not really be forced to deal with it at all. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that it's hard to deal with anyway, because it's really not. Why? Suddenly he didn't get staggered. That was kind of weird. At least I have my souls back. But the problem is that delayed attack, I think, also bugs out from time to time. It never quite works, I feel like. Or rather, well, if it works correctly, it's really, really easy to avoid, because it's so obvious. And if it doesn't work correctly, it's just weird, because suddenly the enemy doesn't really know where to go, or they attack way too early, right? Which was the case there with the big executioner dude on the bridge. He seems to have like a slightly different moveset, or he just uses a couple more moves compared to the other guy. He also had a bit more health, right? I think. But yeah, so when I first went over that bridge, what happened was that the executioner dude like came running towards me, and then he suddenly attacked, even though he was still like very, very far away. And I was slightly confused why he would do that, but now it makes a lot more sense, right? So he has this delayed attack, and somehow his AI decided to attack way earlier than he should have been. Yeah, no idea why that happens, but it's kind of funny. Well, let's get back to these things, though. So we have these skeletons chained to these posts. I mean, these guys seem to be some sort of prison wards slash executioners of some sort. This almost looks like they sort of pride themselves on the people that they've captured, right? So maybe before they themselves turned hollow, their task was to capture the hollows, and for some reason, instead of killing them, maybe they didn't know how to kill them or something, they chained them to these posts, and then the guys themselves just waited on top of the posts. I guess. One second. All right. Just wanted to check my audio levels. Yeah. I don't know why they would sort of try to show off their... Oh, there was another one. Didn't even see you. Maybe they wanted to show off their kills or something. Why are they dropping cracked red eye orbs as well? That's a thing that's certainly where I'm slightly confused what that really means. Although, wait a second, before I fight that guy. Let me reread the description of the cracked red eye orb. Defeat the master of the world you have invaded. The residual sins of those who have succumbed to dark temptations are contained in the form of the cracked red eye orb. Yeah, I don't really know what that's supposed to mean in this context, right? Because, I mean, clearly they've sort of succumbed to something dark, right? Because instead of just doing what their probably original purpose was, they decided to chain their the people that they were probably supposed to capture or kill to these posts, which just kind of seems unnecessarily cruel, doesn't it? So I wonder why aren't you attacking me? Can you please just attack me? Oh, now he is. But yeah, clearly they have sort of succumbed to something dark, right? I'm just wondering, well, why? Also, well, the cracked red eye orb does suggest that they are at least somewhat sort of connected to the, I guess, multiple worlds or timelines that exist within the Dark Souls universe, right? Although maybe that's a bit too much of a stretch. Also, what happens there? I mean, clearly those are like giant swords, but they're like connected, but by some sort of giant iron chain thing. I wonder what that means. I mean, I guess we're getting to it, but... Wait, there's really no shortcut here to the bonfire? Seriously? Maybe there's just another bonfire up ahead? Huh. I for sure would have thought that there would be like some sort of shortcut. Wait. Oh, right, there was another item there. I just went left first. Well, I definitely want to get that. Maybe that's the shortcut? Well, that's a skeleton, right? Are you dying? Yes. Weird. Notched whip. I guess that's what these dudes are using. So I already had this. Oh, yeah, okay. So this is with spikes. A whip covered in spikes. Shreds skin and causes bleeding. Very effective against bare flesh, but not against enemies with armor or like protection. Seemed fairly effective against me. Though, is this the thing that these dudes were using? I don't necessarily think it actually is, right? Because their whips seem to have some sort of dark mist attached to them. Yeah, I really would have thought that they would give you some type of shortcut here back to the bonfire. So I'm slightly confused as to why they didn't do that. So from here you can jump back down to it, though. The problem is it would take me ages to get back up here. In a way. This Colosseum almost seems like it would be a boss arena, though, right? Almost like it would be the end of this level already. I mean, clearly there's still more to it, right? But I kind of wonder. So he's just chilling here. He's not even doing anything. Wait, now he is. Huh. Yeah, and that's also a thing, right? I wonder if whatever state they can sort of program into their enemies, where they sort of ignore you and then get triggered by a certain point, I wonder if they can also include some sort of time delay. Because it sometimes feels like they've included some like a timed delay. Undead Purgatory. Huh. Where they sort of, their AI is already triggered, but it's still, see? Again, it seems like he got triggered by me moving past him, but then there's also a slight delay programmed into him, where it takes him a couple of seconds to then actually act on attacking me. Which on a surface level, I think is actually kind of a neat idea to include. It just doesn't really work all that well. Who the fuck are you? It doesn't really work all that well because... because you can sort of very easily see through it. Which is a little bit of a problem. Huh. He very much looks like the guys that are protecting the bone dust, right? I wonder if this almost looks like there might be a bonfire sort of behind these bars somewhere, because it looks like at one point, since there is an item there, right, it looks like at one point these bars might open, or you're just supposed to jump over there. That might also be the case. What is he doing? Is he like a mini boss before the actual boss? Because this fog gate very much seems to suggest that there is an actual boss behind it. And now again, I'm slightly confused. Am I meant to have unlocked the other bonfire by this point? Or am I missing something here? Because it seems rather complicated to actually get back to this place, right? Considering all of those dudes on the post up there? Was there some kind of shortcut that I might have been missing here? Do I want to try and fight him? I mean, technically I could just run back, right? I have a lot of ways to retreat. The problem obviously is that I don't really know how strong he might be. Sniper required ahead? Wait. Hi. Yeah, you're not that strong. I feel like... Oh, you're very fast though. A lot faster than I expected you to be, in fact. He's also... Oh, he also has a lot of health. He's tracking me a lot. Ooh, that was a bit too close for my liking. Oh, he was trying to get through my guard. Interesting. Oh, fuck's sake. I think he just has a lot of poise, right? Oh, whoops. Well, that was an accident. Okay, if he had killed me there, together with him, that would have been ridiculous. I mean, obviously it's fair that while he's getting up, he gets iframes, but it's also kind of ridiculous at the same time. It also didn't really drop a large amount of souls. I wonder if he even respawns. Once again, this is also a thing that the first game doesn't actually do, I think. Which is that they have enemies like this that look like invaders or something similar to it, but actually aren't. Which also, I was already a little bit like confused by when I was at the Bell in the Lost Bastille, where you can enter the Covenant with the small dwarves, right? And the dwarves are, they have this like blue outline to them and also look like ghosts, right? And the blue outline seems to suggest essentially what the Covenant tells you, which is that they were sort of summoned to that place to protect the Bell, right? So they are not actually a part of this world, but were summoned in. Now, because this guy was red, you would sort of assume that he was also a dark spirit. But weirdly enough, he doesn't get a message or anything, right? Why? What's the deal here? How does this work? What's the lore implication here, right? Because it just seems inconsistent and nonsensical in a way. I mean, this seems to be tri-switch, by the way, good luck. What? Yeah, I mean, this clearly is a boss arena, right? And I have a little bit too many souls for this right now. And there seems to be a... like, yeah, you're probably supposed to jump over there. I mean, I still need the other item over there as well. I wonder if I missed something with a shortcut, or maybe you're actually supposed to drop down in the cave or something. Because this is strange. I mean, maybe the run back to this boss isn't as, I guess, complicated as I think it is. Or dangerous, rather. Also strange, aren't you able to jump over here? Although there isn't really any point to it. I mean, I can just do my usual enter the boss arena, look what I'm up against, and then nope out with the homeward bone. It's probably what I want to do, right? Alright. Let's see what this is about then. Also interesting that they always have this effect of like this red pulsing thing. Maybe that means that this is also one of the strong souls? Whoa. What's going on with you? Ah, okay. Interesting. So this seems to be like he's probably riding around in a circle in that area, and then you have to sort of, well, deal with him that way. We'll see about that. First of all, let me return to Majula. Hey, good morning to you too. What's up? The only problem is I don't really know what I actually want to level. I'm pretty great. How are you? So technically, I should probably level Dex, because the Twin Blades would require that, but now I actually wanted to try out the Bleeding Mace, maybe. Right, I almost forgot about that. So I have more than enough souls, so I should probably, if I want to try that thing... let me see. Where was it? I have more than enough Titanite shards. And I can buy large Titanite shards. Alright, let me... Before I do that though, let me see the moveset. Oops. Because I think it should pretty much be equal, or somewhat equal to the maze. I think it's almost the same, isn't it? I am actually, yeah. I guess you are too. It's... When does it release? Next Friday, right? 25th? Yeah, I really hope that it's great. I mean, I haven't watched too much of it, but I've definitely seen some of the footage from the network test that they did. I mean, well, in a way it looks very typical FromSoft, which can be sort of a really good thing. It can also mean a couple of bad things. But I really hope that they have a lot of sort of innovative things in there as well. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It does look very cool. Okay, if this thing has the same moveset, I actually want to level it up and see how it works with the bleed as well. Yeah, I'm pretty... I think it's definitely not going to be bad. I think it looks pretty good. I just hope that it doesn't fall back on too many things that they've already done in their games. I really hope that there is a lot of new stuff in it as well. Okay, so I can upgrade it to +3. And then I have one more large Titanite shard, and now I need to buy these things. It's now +4. So before I level up, let me go to... What's it called? Macduff? That's here. Reminds you of Shadow of the Colossus. Yeah, I guess, right? Because you have the open world this time with... Well, I mean, I guess the enemies aren't going to be as big as the... What were they called? Didn't they have like a specific name in Shadow of the Colossus? Well, or are they just called Colossuses? Colossus? Is that the... multiple versions of them? But yeah, in a way... I am also really looking forward to the sort of lore thing and story and everything that they're doing with it. I really hope that they have a little bit more. I do like the obscure nature of the Dark Souls story, but I also wish that they just would sometimes include more, I guess, dynamic dialogue and stuff like that. So I really kind of hope that we will get that in Elden Ring as well, that we have just a lot more to interact with and also kind of speculate about with the story. I hope that that's also going to be great. And also, I actually wonder what George R.R. Martin contributed and how much he contributed to that. Shadow, is there some special connection to Brazil with Shadow of the Colossus that I am not aware of? Because, I mean, well, it was sort of a, I think, niche game, right? But it is kind of a very beloved Sony classic, right? Or PS2 classic, I guess. It's just that not a lot of people really knew about it, I think. Which is also why they did the remake, obviously. But it's still kind of a little bit niche, I would definitely say. Okay, let's see. Let's buy 2 first. Reinforced weapon armor. And then I need 3. Didn't remember that I needed 3 for the last stage, but... I mean, I have the souls right now, so why not? Okay. So it's almost as strong as my mace, but not quite. The problem with the bleed is that it needs to build up, right? So depending on the enemy, it can either be worse than the mace, or it can be better. But I definitely want to try it. I mean, it's a bit much in terms of souls. Just spent there just to try this weapon, but I need a little bit of a different thing from time to time. Wait, wait. This thing, the Morning Star, causes the bleed. Doesn't it? The mace has 0 bleed on it. Wait, where is it? It's this thing, right? Bleed effect. So I'm wondering if this actually, if this feels better because of the bleed, or if it feels worse. I don't know if it's really a great idea to attempt the boss with a new weapon, but I mean, it's essentially almost the same weapon. Although I'm still... I wonder at this point, maybe I should actually go with more endurance right now. Because I did run into at least a few situations where my stamina was a bit short. I mean, I don't really know what else to do with it, so let me do that, and then for the rest of the souls, I'm just gonna get a couple more Radiant Life Gems. Okay, and now let's actually try to get the couple of items that I was still missing. I still think I might have missed a shortcut or something to back to this bonfire. It just seems so readily built for that, doesn't it? Because, well, it's literally below the bridge. Okay. I'm missing this item and then the other one right next to the boss room. So I guess I can already just attempt a boss run. I mean, adaptability is better than endurance. I mean, I haven't had really any problems dodging enemies, so... Oh, wait. That's not the right way. Now I activated everyone, didn't I? Where's the bridge? Yeah. But I sometimes feel like I'm missing a little bit of stamina. Essentially, especially if I'm blocking multiple hits back to back, and then also still want to attack. It just sometimes feels a bit like I'm missing stamina. Oh yeah, this is kind of what I expected it to be. A bit annoying in terms of a boss run back. So I think I need to drop down here, right? And then do I need to... Yeah. That's... And the other guys are just following me down the cliff. Sure. So I guess I just need to dodge roll over, because you always, like, if you're doing a jump like that, he always rolls at the end, right? So I just want to do a dodge roll over. Well, that's slightly annoying. Okay, so I guess if I'm attempting that boss, the run back isn't too annoying. It's just fairly long. Oh. Well. And that's certainly annoying to get poisoned here. Yeah, I don't know if I missed a shortcut there. It just seems so perfect, right? To just place... Whoa, this does... Wait a second. The poison did a lot more damage than I thought it would. Oh, for fuck's sake. All this effort just to get this one annoying item. Especially since I need to jump down anyway. Or rather, need to jump down there. Whatever. For things like this is definitely better to have a lot more stamina, but I would probably need to level that quite a bit. Weird. Now, this time it didn't hit me at all with the poison. I guess it probably just... hit the other direction. That's not what I wanted. These last two guys are the biggest problem here. They're really annoying. Okay. Well, he just fell down. They're all... Oh, shoot! Fuck! Well, that's... For fuck's sake. Wait, how are you supposed to do that? Are you supposed to drop down here and then jump from there? Well, that's not annoying at all. Oh, whatever. Let's see where this leads then. As if it wouldn't be annoying enough to do that boss run back a couple of times, they also require you to do the run back simply just for, wait. What am I hearing? Oh. Somebody else fell down somewhere. They also then require you to actually do the whole thing for the items as well. Okay, so this is the way to actually enter this cave then, I presume. Maybe. Can I not target you from here? Of course I can't. Now I can. See if that hits. It does. Nice. One stay ahead, but try. What did that say? Ooh, that almost poisoned me. I should have paid more attention to it. Which one? 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, let's get back to this thing. So I have a feeling I still need to jump down somehow or... Oh, that's that guy. Probably can't hit you, huh? Monastery charm? I don't think that I had that before. Well, it's not a chime, it's a charm. Is that... What is that? God, I really hate that it doesn't show you the frickin' item icon when you pick something up. Always just going through my inventory desperately trying to find out what that actually was that I just picked up. Ah, it's this thing. Cures poison and restores HP. Maybe I should actually equip that, considering how much poison there is here. So I guess from this point you're supposed to actually drop down. I mean, there isn't really any other way for me to get... Why is there a flame down there? Try nimble one? Wait. I mean, if I want to jump down, this is probably the way to go, huh? I wonder if... The problem is that this guy will probably still try to poison me. Huh. Well, that hit. So I somehow need to defeat this weird gecko thing. What? Yeah. Sure. Well, at least he's very, very slow. That was surprisingly easy. Wilted dusk herb. And 3 large gems. Fucking hell. I wouldn't have needed to buy those. Well, whatever. Oh, right. I'm also playing with the Morning Star. I completely forgot. Huh. I guess it didn't cause bleed on the gecko? Then? Wait. What did I pick up? The wilted something. This one. Restores many spell uses. Okay. Cool, I guess. And a treasure chest. Rickard's rapier. What are you talking about? Stay calm but hurrah for horse? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Okay, Rickard's rapier. What is that about? This one. An exquisitely decorated rapier, said to belong to a prince who appears in an ancient tale. I wonder if it's the prince that the bell apparently is related to. There are numerous variations of the story of the prince who wandered the lands and eventually became undead. The majority of these tales end in tragedy, but there are some exceptions. I think... I'm pretty sure that I haven't heard about Rickard at all. Huh. A little bit underwhelming. I was sort of hoping that the key would actually be here to open up the door to the other bonfire. That would have been much better. I guess let's see where this leads then. Ooh, an elevator. Did not expect that. With an enemy? Why? What? Why are you here? If you just enter the elevator, like, the enemy is just literally doesn't do anything. Sure. Let's see where this leads. Ah, this should be the, This is the wall that I stood off... No, it's not. Wait, it is! This is the other wall that I stood in front of, wondering... Wait, do I have to hit it? Wait? What? Shouldn't it just open? What is this? Why am I... What? Are those my footprints? Why am I making footprints in here? I've never seen that before. Am I... What? The hell am I missing? Shouldn't this just open like the other one down there? What the hell is going on? This doesn't make any sense. I'm not even able to... Like, if I just go back down, I'm just ending up in the cave where it just came from, right? This wouldn't actually help me anything at all. He's still chilling there? What? What's going on? Did it just not, like, activate properly or something? Well, I mean, I have all the items. I could literally just homeward bone out, right? But the problem, like, let's just assume for a second I wouldn't have a homeward bone. Well, I guess you can always use the dark sign, right? But this just seems strange. Why are you hanging there? I wish you could... I can't interact with him, right? If I try to attack, I'll probably just fall down. I have a feeling something just didn't activate properly here. This doesn't seem like it's supposed to happen this way, because there's also no lever, right? Unless I'm missing something? Am I missing something? The other one activated just by running into it. Okay. I mean, I know where it leads to, so... It's not a big deal if it doesn't open, I just don't get why it wouldn't open. Well, this is certainly a mystery. Well, at least I have all the items, so I guess that's a plus. Check one more time. Nope, nothing here. I guess I'll just homeward bone. Weird. Okay, I still have to get the other item below the bridge, though. That was the original reason why I came here, after all. But at least I have all of those items now. I guess that's a plus. Wait, did I go there first? Didn't I? Oh no, I didn't kill these guys, right? I just ran past them. The guys up top should be dead. Well, that was interesting. I got stuck on the tree. Also, now that I think about it, right? I mean, obviously, these guys, right, are arguably sort of the hardest enemies in this area. Especially these guys. Oh, they're still here. Technically, instead of actually fighting them the first time you go through here... How did that hit me? Oh, for fuck's sake. But yeah, technically instead of fighting them the first time you go through here, which is actually... Well, I wouldn't call it challenging, but it's certainly, you know, you don't know the enemy's moves, and it takes a little bit of time. Technically, you can just run past them, jump down the bridge, they'll kill themselves, and then you can just run back up, and they'll be dead. I'm stuck here. But yeah, that's still... This is one thing where still go back and forth in terms of FromSoft's design, right? On the one hand, you can definitely make an argument that sort of the run back to a boss is part of the challenge and also sort of part of you learning and adapting to the level, right? And trying to figure out how to properly do it and you know, how it works and what the best run back is and what you have to pay attention to. But then at the same time, I also think that oh, for fuck's sake! Wait, why did I roll again? That's not what I wanted to do. Ah, great. Fuck. Now wait, I can't even go back from here. Although, I guess let's try it again. Let me see. If I just... Where was it that I just went? I jumped down here. I jumped down here. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm poisoned? Ooh, oh. Shit. Is this poison just gonna kill me in the elevator? It is, isn't it? It is. Whoopsie. Well, that's not what I tried to do. I guess I should have just healed. But yeah, I go back and forth whether or not they should actually include boss runbacks. It's sort of a weird thing, right? I mean, think about how much time I just spent getting or trying to get that item. Arguably, you know, well, maybe I'm just bad. That's always a consideration, but I don't know. Like, is there really any benefit to this being as... Well, it's not even really complicated. It's just kind of annoying. I wonder if there's, like... Can you really make an argument for this being fun? Or... Like, is there a reason that this should exist in the game like this, right? I'm always missing the dodge timing on that first hit with the whip for some reason. Let's see. I mean, I still shouldn't really... Oh, I hate the jump. I hate the jump in this game. It's so unnecessarily annoying. Well, I'm probably going to be poisoned again, but I guess at least I get my souls back. Maybe. That's also kind of weird, right? It just jumped. The poison gauge just jumped a lot. This time I just need to pay attention to my health. Okay. See you first. Whoa! Where did you come from? I thought you were the small guy next to the gecko thing. How did he run after me? That's interesting. There's the guy with the torch. Well, this guy certainly took his case very seriously, I guess. Still doesn't open. Yeah, I don't know. No idea. This doesn't make any sense to me, right? Because I'm literally forced to homeward bone out now. And pretty much every time that I reattempt to get that item. I mean, I still have a couple of them. I guess they're not that expensive. It's just kind of unnecessarily strange. Well, I mean, this means that the enemies have respawned anyway, so just level up one time. Let's just level up one time is what I was trying to say. So that I can not waste my souls all the time. Hi.
Bearer of the seems less.
I guess I'll put one more point in endurance. I don't know if it's really worth it. But let's see. Oh, by the way, I think I never checked. Does the mace also, or the Morning Star rather, it also scales B with strength? Okay. And it doesn't scale with dexterity at all. Still really conflicted about whether or not I want to use something with bleed on it or not. To spend the rest of my souls. Also still weird to me that the Radiant Life Gems are capped and not uncapped. Why can I buy large Titanite shards completely uncapped, but the Radiant Life Gems are capped? Seems a bit backwards to me, but whatever. Well, this certainly feels like deja vu, doesn't it? Once again, I'm running through a level multiple times just to get one freaking item. Now I'm thinking, so I saw a spirit like jumping down from there, so maybe that's actually possible. If it is, that might be a lot easier to do, right? Since it's only this way, essentially. Let's see. Sure. Oh, fuck's sake. Seriously? You get just stuck here? Oh god. I don't want to fight the same enemies over and over again. Like, seriously, what's the point of putting an item there if it's this annoying to get? I mean, there's probably a lot of people who just get it on their first attempt and never really think about it twice, but... I just don't know. Wait, did I kill him with one hit before, though? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh! Completely forgot about the guy behind me. Oh, whoops. Still have the homeward bone equipped. Yeah, this... I don't know. It's always like this, right? When you just quickly want to get to an item, You don't really want to fight stuff. That's always when you mess up, because you're not really paying attention. And that's what the game sort of preys on, which is kind of nice in a way, right? It's kind of neat that it works this way. Obviously, that's sort of the Dark Souls or FromSoft struggle, whatever you want to call it. But at the same time, it's sometimes a bit, I don't know. Rogue Hood. I got that already, right? Okay. So maybe if I... Oh yeah, you can definitely do it. I just jumped into the wrong direction. Fucking hell. Nope. Oh god, this is... Okay, I can't get back up from here anyway, because for some weird reason that freaking door doesn't open. So I am going to just use the, what's it called, the dark sign? That should get me back to the bonfire just without my souls, right? Yes. Maybe, I mean, if I... Oh, it doesn't even heal you? Wait. It doesn't respawn enemies either then, huh? Or does it? Wait, does it? It does. Wait, what? So the dark sign doesn't heal you, but still respawns everything. Wait, the homeward bone... Does the homeward bone heal you? I never really looked at that. That's kind of weird, right? Since you're, like, essentially resetting, I think it should have the same effect of just resting at the bonfire. It doesn't really make any sense that it wouldn't have that effect. Whatever. But yeah, since I'm here anyway... Although... Wait, am I able to return back here? I'd have to go into the roof, right? If I want to... Do I want to do that? For these normal enemies, technically the mace is definitely the better weapon, since it just deals outright more damage, right, than the Morning Star. And that's sort of the problem that I have with the bleed effect, and what I was talking about with poison effects as well, is that it sometimes just feels like these effects are not as good as they should be. Because what's the point, right? Especially if these enemies are sort of quote-unquote normal ones or easy ones or whatever you want to call them. They're definitely the ones that should be affected by bleed the most, right? Maybe I can just jump from here, to be honest. Oh, I can. Seriously? Well, this is turning out to be a very interesting thing, right? I mean, well, that's sort of the problem with these extra effects, right? If the Morning Star, let's say, would cause bleed almost immediately on these normal items, that would kind of mean that they would die in one hit, which would make it almost, like, too strong compared to the mace. But then, at the same time... He hit me with that? Really? Seriously? Where did you come from? Didn't I... What? Didn't you fall down? I guess you didn't. Whatever. But yeah, if them... It's, I don't know. I mean, what enemies would then be actually susceptible to the bleed effect, where it also gives you a tangible sort of reward for actually inflicting bleed? This is just... What the hell? Yeah, I failed multiple times. This is actually... Yeah. Raid. Wait. Oh. You can just raid it. What the fuck? Wait, how are you supposed to... I guess you have to jump from like a very early point or something? I swear, this item's probably going to be something... This is probably just a homod bone or some bullshit. Can't be anything useful if it's this annoying to get, right? Because all of the actual useful items are typically very easy to get, I feel like. Oh boy. This is not how I expected this to go, by the way. I want to attempt the boss and not run around trying to get items. It wouldn't be too bad if I hadn't tried to do that for like 2 hours yesterday as well, in the Lost Bastille, where for some reason it seems to be very awkward of how you're supposed to get the items. Wait, what? Where did this guy go? What the hell? Where did you come from? Did I miss something? Quite funny though that you can hit him through the door. Oh, whoopsie. Okay. I guess he dropped down early for some reason. Weird. Okay. So I wanna pretty much jump off very early. Oh, finally. Never mind. It's actually something fairly useful. The Ferrous Lockstone will definitely be useful at some point. I don't think that I have a place where I could use it right now. I don't think so. But there should be... I mean, there's definitely one coming up at some point, right? And what's the other thing then? Token of Fidelity. Proof of helping another world's master. A token recognizing that the owner has traveled worlds to help others. When in other worlds, it can also be used to restore the master of the world's HP, but this is only a secondary effect of the item. Simply carrying these tokens shows the depth of the holder's fidelity. Oh, okay. And I can't really do anything with it? I mean, I can only use it in other worlds, but... I wonder if... So, I always wanted to try out the cracked blue eye orbs, but for some reason you just can't use them, like, ever. I mean, so far I've never really, when I looked at them, been able to use them. So, either I'm doing something wrong there, or they... You know, there's just not... There hasn't been an instance where there actually was a person that I could kill with these, right? Because they're saying that you can punish the guilty, right? Suggesting that there has to be a player, I guess in my vicinity or in the same level, that has killed other players, right? So maybe that just hasn't been the case, and that's why I haven't been able to use them. I wonder if I maybe should just put down summon signs or something to like interact more with the online stuff. Because so far there hasn't really been that much in terms of online, I guess, functionality for me, because I've been invaded, I think, once by an actual player, and I've seen a summon sign like once. Although I think the stuff with the summon sign is probably also because you have to, I guess, be human to actually see summon signs? Maybe? I wonder if you can be summoned in, though, if you're not human. That hit me? Seriously? Yeah, once again with the AI, right? That executioner dude, sometimes he's running towards you, actively trying to kill you. Sometimes he's running away. And I don't really get why the AI reacts in such different ways on multiple attempts. I wonder if that's a bug, or if that's intended. Like, that he has sort of two distinct patterns to him for some reason. That was the right timing. Okay. So now I want to get this one, right? I should be able to jump over there like this. Okay. And now they're all confused probably because they can't get to me anymore. Yes, they are. Bye-bye. Huh? Huh? He was very close to jump. Yeah, he jumped down the other way. Okay. Sure. A fire seed. Wait. Didn't I already have one of those at some point? Oh, that might be a... Yeah, right. It's to upgrade the pyromancy flame. Have I met the person that can upgrade this thing? I don't think I have, to be completely honest. Or maybe I have and he just wasn't really doing it for some reason? Or didn't want to do it? Okay. Should I attempt the boss? Probably, right? I mean, the souls that I have right now aren't too bad if I lose them. So I should probably try and figure out what this boss actually does. Do I want to try the Morning Star on it, though? Or do I want to go back to the maze? The problem is, so far, I really have seen nothing of the Morning Star's bleed effect in action, right? Because I honestly think that, I mean, technically, right, so the way it works on me as a player is that it builds up bleed, and at a certain point it just detracts life points, I think, right? But the build bleed up obviously takes a couple of hits to take effect. Now the problem is that most enemies, even the stronger ones with a whip and stuff, right, they die in like 4 hits. So that's just probably not enough hits to actually cause bleed. I wonder if that actually works on bosses, though. Technically, it should, but at the same time, maybe their resistance is just way too high. I mean, again, I can try it on this boss. I want to figure out how this boss works anyway, right? So, no harm done, I guess, but... Now I just wonder whether or not I'm making this boss more complicated for myself by using the Morning Star instead of an actual weapon. Oh. Okay, I also seem to... Oh, there's a lot more skeletons than I thought there would be. And they also get back up. Well, that's unfortunate. Wait, what's the... Is this like a puzzle boss, though? Am I meant to just hide? Oh, wait, what? Huh? That didn't really make a whole lot of sense. I guess it is some sort of puzzle boss? Fading soul. Oh, you must be the sorcerer thing that revives the skeletons. And yeah, that immediately kills off the skeletons as well. Interesting. Okay, so I guess you're just supposed to get from hiding place to hiding place? Oh, now I also saw why he actually hit me. Because he has those spikes on his... Oh, that's unfair. Seriously? A freaking skeleton that shoots arrows at you? And I guess there is another... Wait! I hate that you can... What is this? Like, seriously. I'm not even fighting the boss. I'm just getting ganked by skeletons. So I guess the way you want to do this is probably get to the summoning witches, whatever their name is, as fast as possible, kill them so that the skeletons don't respawn, and hope that they don't trap you. I mean, well, I also did it wrong, right? Obviously, instead of just trying to jump out of that place, I should have just tried to kill the skeletons. Oh, for fuck's sake. And of course they also poison me. Well, I guess, I mean... yeah, whatever. That was an annoying run back anyway. I don't know why they decided to make the run back like this. I honestly don't know why... I mean, again, might have been that I just missed it. Why isn't there a shortcut on the bridge? Like, why isn't there a shortcut that leads back to this bonfire if you're on the bridge? I don't really get it, because that seems unnecessary to have this run back to the boss. I don't know. It's also kind of unlike the other bosses they've done so far. Of course I jumped instead of... Oh, for fuck's sake. It shouldn't be this annoying. Like, it honestly shouldn't. There's no point to it being this annoying. Also, he almost killed me again. Nice. Well, the thing is, right, you don't really gain anything from, like, struggling through this, I guess. Sort of my point. Alright, let me heal first. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. It's so ridiculous. Okay. Let's do this one more time. I mean, I only have... Unfortunately, I only have 4 Estus left. I don't think that that's necessarily going to be a problem. I also completely forgot that I can upgrade my Estus at this point. I swear, that damn... How long does it take to get here? It's also very, again, very... inconsistent. I swear, this is... Wait. Shouldn't he have died? Well, now he died. Wait, what? Okay. Let me use a life gem here instead of Estus. Maybe I actually have a chance of fighting this boss. I wonder though where the next... Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, thank you. Oh, there you are. Found her an accident, I guess. Whoopsie. He's dead. Or he's not dead, for some weird reason. I already don't like this boss. Kind of. I mean... Wait? It's certainly... unique, I guess. Also, you get a lot of fading souls, whatever that means. It's certainly unique in a way, right? But at the same time, it very much feels like ROM in Bloodborne, for example, where it's wait, I guess that's the exit. Ooh, what is this? Why is there a lever here? Oh. Wait. Huh? Oh. Wait, the boss are... What? The chariot is the actual boss? Why did... For fuck's sake. Oh, well, I probably should have guessed that that might happen. Yeah, I don't know. Shouldn't have bleed build up by this point? How did that not hit him? For fuck's sake. Why is the freaking chamber this small? Like, why would you do this? This is unnecessarily annoying. Oh, I think I actually... Did I manage to get the bleed off? How did... Ooh, that was a bit too close for my liking. Apparently it wasn't like a big soul though. Okay, the boss was better than I thought it would be at the start, to be completely honest. I definitely like the combination, sort of a puzzle boss together with an actual boss. Because at first I thought that it was only going to be a puzzle boss, right? Which would have been annoying, because at least if you do it this way. And the reason for that is, so for example, well, Rom in Bloodborne isn't really a puzzle boss, right? Not at all. But the problem with ROM is that, for example, if you're struggling with the last phase on ROM, like you have to properly learn his his patterns, right? You have to learn the attacks that he has and how to dodge like the magical meteor shower and whatever he does in the last phase, right? But the problem is it takes way too long to get there. To defeat all of the spiders that he constantly summons. Like, you can opt to not fight them, but that's very annoying and only really works if you have a ton of damage, or a ton of DPS, I guess, to put out, right? To end the fight quickly. Because otherwise you're sort of stuck on doing the first phase over and over and over again. And the first phase of ROM is just very boring, because you only fight the spiders and then you just damage him and he doesn't do anything, right? So with a fight like this, you have to be very careful not to make the first phase annoying, right? It's kind of cool that you have to do this. Well, I'm calling it a puzzle boss. It's really not, right? But it has this gimmick, right? It's a gimmick boss, whatever you want to call it. You have to hide, and the skeletons are there, and the like witch ladies are re-summoning the skeletons, so you have to sort of quickly get to the witches to kill them so that the skeletons don't respawn, and then you end up being here with the lever. You pull the lever and the chariot stumbles and this guy dies, and then you fight the actual ghost horse chariot thing, right? Sorry. So I like that. It's kind of cool because there's only 2 of these witch ladies, right? So I guess the first quote-unquote puzzle phase of the fight isn't too long. It doesn't overstay its welcome. And then the actual fight against the horse is, well, okay, right? It's not the most interesting thing, but at least the horse has some moves compared to other bosses, right? It actually has a bit of a ranged attack, it has a charge-up attack, it has a back attack if you're standing right behind it, so you need to be at the side, which I like. Because that's not something that most of the other bosses had so far. I mean, technically the something Sentinel, the guy on the boat, right? That's essentially 2 guys stuck together. Obviously, he can attack in both directions. He doesn't have a backside, so to speak, right? But other than that, most of the other bosses, you could sort of circle around them, and it made them kind of easy in a lot of ways. Whereas here, at least, the boss was sort of prepared for me to circle behind him, right? The only thing that I kind of didn't like is that the width of this track is a bit narrow, because it has this weird back jump, which for some reason they always decide to include back jumps. And I guess the reason why that exists, right, is that if you figure out that the best course of action sort of is to stand at the side of the boss, right, which is kind of easy to figure out. So you very clearly or very easily learn that the boss's backside is dangerous. Obviously, the front of the boss is dangerous. I mean, he literally sort of has this dark magic spewing out of its mouth, right? Or its mouth is? It's technically 2 horses, right? Whatever. So, I mean, it's kind of easy to see that you want to stand at the side of the boss. Now, if the boss didn't have any sort of bigger movement options, then just standing at its side would make the fight trivial, right? You could just stand at the side and spam your attack and it wouldn't really be able to hit you because it doesn't have any attacks that actually hit its side. So what they're doing is that they have this back jump, right? So if you're standing at the side of the boss sort of recognizes, oh, he's attacking my weak spot, right? And then what it typically does, and a lot of FromSoft bosses do that, not only in Dark Souls 2, but throughout all of the games, they have this thing where if you are at a point where you can easily hit the boss usually has some sort of weird back jump mechanic, where it just gets out of your range very quickly. And, you know, obviously that's annoying. Sometimes it's sort of fine. It also depends on the boss's design, right? If the boss sort of jumps back and then rushes back towards you, it can be fine, because then the fight sort of continues, right, and everything's cool. But there are certainly FromSoft bosses that opt to use this back jump and then just stand there doing nothing, having you or forcing you to run back to them, which is really, really annoying. And it just sort of creates this awkward pacing of the fight where it just takes longer than it should, right? Instead of going in and, sort of trying to rush you with attacks, and it's sort of a back and forth between you and the boss, everybody attacking and then defending and attacking, and it's just this cool encounter that ensues, basically. What happens is that some of the bosses just jump back, you run after them, you hit them twice, they jump back. You run after them, you hit them twice, they jump back. Right? That's really boring. In this case, the specific problem is that depending on where the boss is looking, if they jump back, they sort of jump into the wall, which creates this awkward problem that I had with the skeletons beforehand as well, and especially with objects like this being in the boss arena, you can easily get stuck on things, and that's like never really fun, right? Obviously, arguably, you can say, well, that's sort of a skill that you need to have, right? It's a skill of knowing where you can get stuck. So you, like a good player will obviously recognize that and know where sort of not to jump or where to go or how to lure the boss back out in the middle of the room so that it's easier to attack them. That's fine, right? You can make that argument, but it certainly is a bit problematic, right? I wish that the boss, instead of jumping back, would maybe have some other way of dealing with you being at its side, right? Maybe have like a spinning attack or I don't know, something, right? That would require you to learn its attack patterns and try to find the correct opening, instead of having a very clear opening that is very easy to exploit, but then also having to deal with these awkward things of the boss jumping back and you getting stuck on things, or having to lure the boss back out because the boss is stuck on things. I don't know, right? I wish there would be a way to make this a bit more, I guess dynamic isn't really the correct word, but make it a bit more fun in a way where, oh, that's not what I wanted. Make it a bit more fun in a way where, the boss is, I guess, where it's more of an action encounter, right? And less of, I'm just running around the boss, trying to lure it out, then I'm hitting it a bunch of times, then it's jumping back, then I'm luring it out again, and I'm just sort of running circles around it, trying to find the right opening, and then I'm hitting it again, and then it jumps back again, and I don't know. I do really like, so comparatively, I guess what I'm sort of getting at, I know this is like a very far-fetched comparison, but that's why I think that Lady Butterfly in Sekiro, for example, is one of the best bosses actually in that game, because she's very, very aggressive, but she also has these cool things where she's jumping onto the like thin lines that she's spun across the room, right? And then she also has ranged attacks, and then she's zigzagging through the room. Obviously, a boss like Lady Butterfly would be way too fast for the gameplay of Dark Souls 1 and 2, right? That wouldn't really work. But just from an idea standpoint, right? That's sort of what I'm trying to get at, is that I like that more, right? With Lady Butterfly in Sekiro, it's literally, except for the phase where she's summoning the phantoms, the fight is really, really just action non-stop, right? You have to be really aggressive, she is really aggressive, and it just creates this absolutely awesome fight of this back and forth. And obviously it helps that the sound design, for example, of the blades hitting each other is awesome, and that's just an all-around awesome feeling. And there are definitely encounters. So, for example, I think, let's say, was it Artorias in the DLC in Dark Souls 1? I thought that was a pretty well-designed boss. A little bit too easy, maybe, in a couple of ways, but certainly a very, very awesome boss, because he's constantly doing stuff, even if you sort of even if he jumps back or you run away to heal, he still has some sort of ranged attack. He has attacks where he can quickly get back to you, right? That's just a lot more interesting, in my opinion, than having these bosses that are sort of slow. I mean, the only reason why this boss specifically was fairly dangerous is because he did a ton of damage, right? That's the only reason why it was dangerous, is because its attacks literally took off, I don't know, 60, 70% of my health bar, making it really, really like dangerous to stay too close to him for too long of a time. Because if I got hit once, that meant that I had to find an opening to heal, which can be really, really dangerous because the boss, I mean, it almost hit me a couple of times where he just narrowly avoided his attack with a jump at the correct time and then was able to heal, right? So the difficulty sort of stems from the boss doing a lot of damage in terms of the percentage of your health bar. Whereas let's assume that this boss was only doing about 30% of your health bar with one attack. Either because you were leveled more or just because it was designed that way, then it would be a very boring and easy boss. And I guess there is definitely, again, an argument to be made here that obviously bosses are more challenging the more damage they deal. That can certainly be a design element that plays into a boss's design, right? Where they're just dangerous because they just hit very hard. But if it gets combined in a way, like if that's the only thing that the boss does, right? Again, if this boss would have only taken off 30% of my health bar, it would have been trivial because it would have been incredibly easy to dodge, heal, go back in, just hit it a couple of times, maybe get hit back in return, heal, hit it a couple of times. It would have been done, right? The only reason why I couldn't really do that and why this boss was dangerous was because of its damage, not because of its actual design in terms of the attacks that it did. And I just wish that there would be a little bit more there, right? Just a bit more in terms of the actual fight and not just dealing damage. Also, I am hollow still, so I'm missing about, what is that, 20%, maybe a bit more of my health bar. So yeah, that obviously also plays into it, right? Had I not done that, had I been human and also with a life ring or something, that might have been even easier. Especially considering that oh, who's that? You look interesting. So my first attempt, I didn't even attempt the boss, so that doesn't count, right? I just homeward boned out because I just wanted to see what waited for me. But I did... Wait, did I do one attempt or two attempts with the skeletons? I think it was only one attempt, right? Before that? So I never died to the actual boss, is my point, right? I only died to the skeletons. And I didn't even die because they just trapped me. I kind of died because of my own stupidity rather than a challenging boss mechanic. Which again, just a bit underwhelming. Wow, this looks cool though. I like this dust particle effect with the light shining in. Now we get another bonfire. Now the real fight begins. By the way, try hitting them in one swoop. What? Okay. I wonder what the statue is about. So that's the helmet that the guys on the poles are wearing, right? The spiked helmet. So the guys that have the whips and the axes that sort of have this dark glow around them. That's the helmet that they wear, right? And this person also has a scythe. So I wonder if this is supposed to be them, but just in a So the scales is typically associated with like jurisdiction, right? With laws and I guess court, right? So I wonder if this is supposed to symbolize, I guess, them judging the people that were imprisoned here. Does that make sense, though? I mean, the people were imprisoned here because they turned hollow, right? So there wouldn't really be that much to judge at that point, I think, right? Because they're just, well, kind of dead already. But yeah, I wonder, with that helmet down there, what does that symbolize? Is it this person's helm? And there's supposed to be some sort of, again, jurisdiction. What did I call them before? Shit, I forgot, the executioner, right? I called them executioners. Which would sort of go into the same direction. I wonder if they're supposed to be them. I mean, the garments that they're wearing are obviously very different, right? This person here is wearing this, like, wide robe. You are very small for some reason. Let's light the bonfire first. I guess rest. Undead Purgatory. Well, that's what this place was called in general, right? Once again, a bit strange to me that these are two different places. Unless it continues a lot further. It's also interesting to me, there are quite a few places actually where they decided to have this stark contrast between flames, orange, and the blue moonlight. I wonder if that has some sort of deeper meaning, or if it's just a way to show off that they improved their lighting system. Okay, who are you?
Oh, welcome. Welcome.
Do you even have a face?
Do you have a lust for blood?
Do I? I'm not sure. I just noticed all the blood behind him. What happened there? Is this another covenant, or what's going on here? I kind of want to say no.
Well, that's no fun.
Yeah, well.
Go back home. This is no place for you.
Okay.
You've done well to find me. Do you seek blood?
I guess I can just say yes.
Yes, of course. Why else would you be here?
Well, I don't know. I'm not really
Do
seeking
you give
blood.
yourself the honor?
The fuck is that supposed to mean? Sure.
You need blood. Huntsman.
He kind of reminds me of Bloodborne.
Like your own. It's not as easy as you think.
So this is, I guess, the, like, Invader Covenant then? Brotherhood of Blood. I mean, the name is cool. Sure.
That can hardly be the whole story. I want to hear what you really think.
What does that mean?
You want more than just a little blood. You want to be drenched in blood. Mired in its foul stench, am I right? Am I?
He really reminds me of Bloodborne now.
Say that I'm right.
Abandon your covenant, joy. Yeah, sure. I mean, I can abandon that anyway. The symbol looks cool.
I knew it. I knew it.
So I would assume that this is the sort of Invader Covenant.
Now you are a servant of Na'Alma.
Which is sort of interesting because...
Crest of blood is yours.
Isn't there also, like the... What was it? Some champion covenant? For sort of leaderboards and stuff?
Another servant of blood is born.
I mean, there's this big stone in Majula that you can check out, right?
No, you will.
That I thought was about PvP. Alright, so we have a ring now. Crest of Blood. This ring is nothing special. Perhaps in the end, an oath is but a window into the ambitions of the oath taker. If you have taken this oath, then you know what you want. To be soaked in the blood of your kind. Cool description, but it probably has another effect, right? But yeah, I mean, the, isn't there, like, haven't I discovered 4 covenants? And I think the one in Majula with the stone tablet, isn't it about, well, PvP somehow? I mean, there's definitely some leaderboards involved, so I thought that would be kind of a PvP covenant. This is clearly a PvP covenant, right? I mean, this is supposed to be invade other worlds, kill the players, like a PK is what it's called, right? Player killer.
Well, how are we? Whatever you need, I've got it for you.
The thing is, I said this before, right? Titchy Gren. Interesting name. I kind of want to try out items, right? And I, in a way, would like to try out the red cracked eyes things. Orbs. Cracked red eye orb is what they're called. I think that would be kind of fun. But at the same time, I kind of don't really want to be that character right now. So, I don't know.
Well, you can fight other blood servants with them. I'll reward you if you win with red orbs.
Okay.
You know, a cracked red eye orb. Use them to visit other worlds and seek more blood.
Well, at least they tell you exactly how to do it in case you haven't read the description.
I'm very generous. Anything to get you covered in blood.
It's a very violent description as
You
well.
read the Blue Sentinels?
I have.
They're a thorn in our sides, to say the least. Their men are obsessed with hunting down blood servants. Who cares? It's just another chance to spill more blood. Doesn't that excite you?
Interesting that they reference it so directly.
You know anything about tokens of spite?
I've already heard that. I still think that it's a shame that these covenants are purely online. I mean, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't be. I mean, they can still be that. I just wish that they also had a PvE component to it. Right? I mean, there are sort of PvE invasions, right? Because there are these dark spirits that can invade you. And it would be kind of cool if they counted towards that somehow, right? If they were sort of your, I guess, quote-unquote tutorial into how the online systems worked. And, like, in a way they are, arguably, because they sort of work like a player invasion. But I wish they would interact more with these covenants, and that maybe if you fight certain PvE invasions, they sort of loop back to the covenants, and maybe these people from the covenants would actually talk to you about that and sort of not necessarily explain, but definitely sort of hint at how it's supposed to work and what options you have, what kinds of other things there might be that you can also do, right? I feel like that would be a cool thing. And I don't know. It is rather a shame these are sort of purely online. Great Scythe. Cool. What is this? Delicate string. Increases chances of being invaded. Okay. A soft string-like ring tied around the finger. Oh, that's supposed to be a ring. Makes it easier for invaders to find your world. Who would create such a ring and why? Perhaps the answer is better left unknown. Yeah. Hexing Urn. Explodes, inflicting dark damage. Transforms to blend into environment. I think I already have that, or like a different version of it or something. Leave invasion sign and invade other worlds. Okay. These are also pretty expensive. Ooh, and pyromancy. Firestorm, Great Combustion, and Fire Whip. Ancient Primal Pyromancy. Pillars of flame erupt near the caster. The firestorm is said to be the wrath and ire of the spell's creator. Releases intense flame in front of the caster. A very powerful spell, but so simple that it can be awkward to use. Sweep foes with a whip-like flame, one of the original pyromancies. Effective use of it demands agile footwork, making it a difficult spell for most. Okay.
I know the way.
But yeah, I mean, the thing is also that the whole PvP side of the game, essentially, is... It feels too separate, in my opinion. It feels too separate from PvE. So the thing is, like, the inclusion of these messages and these bloodstains, they're very, very prominent in PvE, right? And, well, they've become sort of a staple of the series as well, right? Or of the FromSoft games in general. But I wish that the actual online stuff, like the PvP and everything, would be way more included in the game itself. That being said, I don't really know how you maybe would go about that. I mean, you can certainly, like, you can summon players and stuff like that, but I don't know. It always feels like it's a bit too detached from PvE. Sort of almost a very conscious decision, right? Oh, right, I'm now going to interact with the online stuff. Instead of the online stuff choosing to interact with you, right? I mean, it's a bit of a problem, right? Because invaders, if they kill you, they also reset your progress, right? So, most people, especially on like a first playthrough, probably kind of try to avoid being invaded or don't really want to interact with that side of things specifically because it would reset your progress. And then on the other hand, if you get invaded and for some reason you're able to defeat the invader, you also don't really get anything out of it, right? So I do wish that there would be a bit more there. Oh wait, what? Join duel? Oh. So that is interesting. So I guess you can only interact with these things if you're a part of the Covenant, probably? Huh. I think this only existed in the Dark Souls 1 DLC, right? Where they also had like a hall with... I think it also was statues like this, right? Where you could specifically opt into PvP as well. Enemy ahead and then enemy ahead. Sure. Wait, is this it? Is there nothing else here? So the only reason to defeat this weird chariot thing is then to get to this PvP Covenant? Or am I missing something here? I had kind of hoped to find the frickin' key for the other bonfire here. Because this is a bit unfortunate. Is there like another staircase? Also, does the chariot just ride over this, like, hole in the ground? How does that work exactly? I mean, I guess it's a magical horse, but why is it then hit by the gate that you lower? That doesn't really make any sense, does it? I guess. I don't know. Like, why can it ride over the big hole in the ground, but not right through this thing? Or I guess, wait, the horse did. Just the guy on his back didn't, right? That's sort of the implication? I don't think I missed anything here, though. Right? I mean, this looks like it might somehow open, but I don't think it does. Oops. Hurrah for circling around. Is that really the whole point of this boss, to unlock a PvP covenant? It just seems so strange, right? It almost makes me think that the whole PvP aspect is like the actual focus of Dark Souls 2, right? Considering how easy the bosses have been up until this point, and also the levels themselves not really posing much of a challenge in most cases, I wonder if they kind of wanted to have the online aspect just be more of a focus for the game. Weird. I'm pretty sure there isn't anything else here. Well, let me go back to Majula first and spend my souls and also switch back to the Sentinel's Covenant. Because I don't want to be in a blood covenant right now. Even though the name sounds really cool, obviously. So I guess the actual boss of this area, or the actual path forward, is then where the other bonfire is behind the bars. One second. I just had to answer someone from work. Okay, yeah, let's let's go back to the other covenant. I don't know, but that's the thing though, right? I actually wanted to interact with one of the covenants, in this case the Blue Sentinels, but the problem is that the one item that they apparently have, or that somehow is connected to their covenant, isn't really usable for me for some reason. And hasn't been for a very long time. Yeah, there's the Company of Champions. I thought that was sort of a dueling kind of covenant. I mean, I guess the Brotherhood of Blood is more supposed to be about invasions, but how would the Company of Champions then work? Don't you have to invade to actually PvP? Maybe there's, I don't know, some other way how they're doing that?
Satisfied? I'll be...
Well, the thing is now, though, I think I've actually cleared the entire area that I was just in, right? In Huntsman's Copse. I found all the items, and I've defeated the boss and pretty much cleared everything. I hope. I think. I don't think I've missed anything. So that means that either I can get the key from somewhere else entirely, like another area before that, like for example the Lost Bastille, though that wouldn't really make any sense considering that you get to Huntsman's Copse from here, right? It's not... So No Man's Wharf, for example, and the Lost Bastille sort of follow after Hyde's Tower, right? So if I was missing a key for the Bastille, it might be that it's also in the Wharf or in Hyde's Tower. But Huntsman's Copse, you just directly enter from here, right? Just with the like turning room in front of it. So I can't have really missed anything, I think. Hope. Maybe. Hopefully. Although let me actually get back to that room. I mean, there's also the weird NPC guy sitting in his chair, looking at the wall, right at the start of the level. So I wonder if you interact with him somehow, he might just tell you the key, but I don't think that's the case.
Just speak up. That.
She just sells miracles and then a ring that increases faith. And this just literally leads to that other guy, right? For some reason with a million different messages on the way. Yeah, this literally just leads up to the guy sitting in the chair. Without any kind of item or something that I'm missing. Try above? What? It just means that I have to go up, I guess.
Leave me alone. I'm interested in one thing.
He's still saying the same thing. Well, that's weird, though. So... Also, by the way, if the Colosseum's only sort of point is that weird chariot thing and then you joining the Covenant, it's kind of a shame that there doesn't seem to be any way of finding out what's actually in the middle of it with those weird swords. Although I wonder, maybe that's what's happening. So if I'm part of the like Brotherhood of Blood and then join one of those duels, maybe it puts you into the middle of the Colosseum. That would be pretty cool. I would actually like to try that. Just to see if it actually does that. If it puts you into the middle of it. That would be kind of awesome. Although it would still be a shame the Colosseum would then just be used for PvP stuff. Or for online duels. While I definitely like that, it just seems, I don't know, from a PvE perspective, kind of a waste of a very cool area, I think. Alright, let me join the Way of Blue again, Blue Sentinels. Yeah, the Blue Sentinels are also, that's kind of a problem, that they just seem to be very finicky in terms of how they work, or how the blue cracked eye orbs work.
May you find...
I still think that I might be missing something with that. Some sort of way how that mechanic should work. Maybe not, I don't know.
Bearer, see, less.
Well now, what do I do with this? By the way, I think I actually made the boss bleed. I should probably look back at the footage of that, by the way, but I think there was definitely a point where I hit it 3 times or something, and then it took off an additional chunk of its health bar. I do think that I made him bleed, which would be pretty cool if that was the case. So in that regard, maybe it would be better to use the mace for normal enemies, and then switch to the morning star for bosses, actually. Might be a cool way. You know what? I could also probably go back to the Lost Bastille and actually test it on the guy down in the water. That's actually the boss from before. I could probably test it on him and see if he bleeds at some point. Because if he does, I mean, yeah, it should probably work on most bosses as well. But that would be a good way of finding out how much damage it actually does, right, to opponents. To try to gauge whether or not it's actually useful for me. I probably want to do that at some point. Well, now I still have the problem of figuring out if I want to invest in strength or dexterity. You know what? Let me actually do something here and equip the twin blade, because I want to see how that interacts with leveling up. It scales more with dexterity, right? But it should technically also scale with strength. With strength. No, it doesn't, for some reason. Wait, it doesn't even scale with dexterity at all. Only if you... Oh, only with 2 points. Ooh, okay. So it would work with strength as well. It sort of scales the same with both. Okay, then let's try and see what... if I switch back to the maze... If I put 2 points in strength, that definitely scales. If I put 2 points in dexterity, that doesn't scale, even though it technically should. Dexterity also increases bleeding, which is interesting, which makes the mace, the Morning Star kind of annoying, because the Morning Star should also only scale with strength, but then the bleed increase scales with dexterity. That's kind of a dumb thing, I feel like. Alright, what am I going for? So currently I'm still using the mace / Morning Star, right? So I think it would make sense to invest in strength a little bit more. The good thing is that the twin blade also scales with strength to some degree, so it still gives me something, right? So I guess let's do this. For the time being. Because I'm still not entirely sure. I mean, I might be really close to finding another one of these petrified dragon bone upgrade materials, or I might be really far away from that, right? So unfortunately I don't know. So I kind of have to, I guess, plan with both things. $192 compared to 176 plus bleed. Yeah, whatever. And then I also... wait. I need 11,100 souls. Ooh, I haven't even read the description of the soul that I got. Executioner's Chariot Soul. Soul of the Executioner's Chariot that holds control over the undead purgatory. The chariot was created only to torment undead, and it took the form of a horrendous mad steed, a window into the soul of its master. Use the special soul of the Executioner's Chariot to acquire numerous souls or create something of great worth. Should probably look at the weapons that you can create with that, right? The chariot was created only to torment undead, and it took the form of a horrendous mad steed. Very interesting. Also, considering that there are these other, like, mages that resurrect the skeletons, I wonder if they're sort of part of the Brotherhood of Blood as well. And if their, like, whole existence is to resurrect skeletons so that they can then be killed by the chariot, right? I mean, that seems like sort of a fun, quote-unquote fun, pastime of theirs. How many souls is this? I think I should be able to get to another level. 5,000. So that might... Was this the 3,000 one? That would make this the 1,000 one, right? Yes, nice. So, one more of these. And then that's another level. Also, for some reason, you find these fading souls during the boss encounter, which is... I mean, that's sort of typical Dark Souls 2 fashion, right? They make you pick up those items even though they're almost completely worthless. Like, the fading souls probably almost less than what the skeletons drop in terms of souls. Not really a big fan of that, all things considered, but I guess I can get behind it on some level. Alright, let's just invest one more point in strength. Who knows? At the point where I actually find another petrified dragon bone, I've probably put so many points in strength that the Morning Star and the mace are just a lot better compared to the Twin Blades, which would be really unfortunate, but whatever. Let me check. So technically there shouldn't be another flame, right? Because it wasn't a, like, Lord Soul, Primordial Soul, whatever the fuck they were called. Yes, still only 2 flames. Okay. Well, I guess overall, this has actually been a pretty successful day so far, right? Because I, for a change, actually completed the whole level up until the point where I am right now, right? Because, well, there isn't really anything else there. It's just, I got all the items, I defeated the boss, and that's pretty much it. And now the next course of action is to go beyond that bonfire that's locked up for some reason and try to desperately find the key, but also try to find out where it actually leads, right? So that's going to be what I do next. This is going to be it for the stream right now, unfortunately. I will be back either this afternoon or this evening, so I will definitely be back this evening, or rather, I shouldn't say definitely. So, if everything goes according to plan, I will be back this evening with Final Fantasy XIV and hopefully our re-clears for this week. That is still going to depend on whether or not my Statics member isn't as sick as he used to be, right? Because he was sick, and that's why we couldn't raid this week so far, and also why we did re-clears with a sub last week, and why I didn't stream it. But theoretically, I should be back with re-clears of Final Fantasy XIV. Now, having said that, I also want to go back to Genshin Impact. There's like a million different things that I want to do in that game as well. So either I might be online a little bit more early than my schedule says, so that I can play a bit of Genshin Impact before raid re-clears, or alternatively I might be back online with Genshin Impact instead of 14, if we're not raiding tonight. Either way, it will be Genshin Impact and or 14. Then I won't stream tomorrow or Saturday because I have to work. I will be back on Sunday for our Astro Sunday and the 3rd out of 4 parts of Astro's Playroom and more Final Fantasy XIV. Dark Souls 2 will most likely return on Monday or Wednesday next week. And then I also have to figure out when I stream Elden Ring and if I start right away or if I still want to... So the thing is, I'm, about 40 hours into Dark Souls 2 right now. So I expect that's about maybe half the game, also excluding DLCs that might still be somewhere if I can find the entrance to them. So it will still take some time. So if I wanted to finish Dark Souls 2 before Elden Ring, that would mean that I would start Elden Ring probably sort of at the end of March or something, which is... I mean, I could do that, maybe. But at that point, I could just not play Elden Ring right away, play through Dark Souls 2 first, then Dark Souls 3, then Demon Souls, and then start Elden Ring, right? Because at that point, it wouldn't really make sense to play it right away. I'm still sort of debating with myself whether or not I want to play the other games first and then jump into Elden Ring, or if I want to sort of do a parallel thing where I still play Dark Souls 2, but then also play Elden Ring. The only problem with that would be that, well, Dark Souls 2 would probably kind of lose out in that comparison, so it might feel kind of worse to play Dark Souls 2 while also playing a way more recent FromSoft game. I don't really know about that. But again, that's still in the planning phases. But if you're interested in Dark Souls 2, unfortunately it will take a little bit of time until Dark Souls stream returns again. Probably Monday or Wednesday, maybe with a bit of luck Sunday, but I doubt it. Probably Monday. Either way, you can check out the stream schedule that I post here on Twitch. I will update it if anything changes or if something gets moved around, so you can check that out if you want to know when I stream Dark Souls 2 next. Yeah. Otherwise, it's been a great stream. It's been a lot of fun. I really, really liked that area that we went through, and while the boss wasn't as special as I thought it could have been, it was still definitely one of the better ones so far. Technically, probably my second favorite one after the Pursuer. Yeah, but this is it for now. I will be back later for either some Genshin Impact and or Final Fantasy XIV. Until then, I hope you have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. And I hope to see you on the next one. Bye-bye.